State of Wisconsin versus Maxwell Anderson, case 24, CF1692, appearances.
Ian Vance, Curzan, and Megan Newport appear for the state, and joining us at council table is Detective Joanne Donner.
Good morning, Judge Anthony Cotton and Jason Finling with Max Anderson. We're all here in person.
Good morning, everyone. Is there anything to address before we bring the jury in?
No.
Okay, we're ready.
Good morning.
Yes, please.
Going on the record, calling State of Wisconsin versus Maxwell Anderson, case 24, CF1692, appearances.
Ian Vance, Curzan, and Megan Newport for the state, joined by Detective Joanne Donner.
Anthony Cotton and Jason Finling with Max Anderson. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. So welcome back. I hope you had a lovely evening. We have Detective Rachel Smith still on the witness stand. We're going to re-swear her because we have a new court reporter today, and we are still on the direct examination, and we are still on the state's case in chief. Okay, state.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Rachel, R-A-C-H-E-L, Smith, S-M-I-T-H.
All right, good morning, Detective. Where we had left off yesterday, we were wrapping up with the video from 3166 South 39th Street. You had watched clips overnight from when they arrive at the house through the next morning, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And that was through what time did you watch through? The very end, the last clip.
The very end, it ends at approximately 10:55 a.m.
All right, and then when we were watching the clips from the nighttime, there was this white car that was in front of the house. Do you recall seeing that car?
I do, yes.
Were you able to discern from the video whether that car was affiliated with Maxwell Anderson's house or some other house?
We were able to watch the video from Channel 4, and we were able to observe that people come from a residence, I believe it's one residence north of Mr. Anderson's residence, and enter that vehicle.
Do they ever go to Mr. Anderson's residence?
They do not.
All right, I'm going to play a clip from Channel 4. It picks up at what time, Detective? And let's go real time.
Sure, it's 12:10 a.m.
And as a refresher, how much is this clock off on the video screen?
The clock is off about an hour.
Okay. What'd you see?
You see the headlights blink as if somebody is using a key fob to unlock the doors.
And now what are we seeing?
You're seeing movement coming from that residence that I believe is one north. And you're seeing people coming out of that residence and approaching that vehicle. Excuse me.
What do they all do?
I believe they all enter that vehicle.
All right. Does that vehicle remain there or does it leave?
It leaves.
Without ever interacting with Mr. Anderson's house?
That is correct.
Pausing it at 12 a.m. We had also discussed the movement you were seeing in the upper front window. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes.
When you were going through those video clips throughout the entire night, starting around the 9:20 p.m. hour when that light first goes on, were you distinguishing between what you could discern as human movement versus some other movement?
Yes, I attempted to do my best to distinguish any sort of human silhouettes or movement that was a little bit higher that would not be consistent with, let's say, a dog or any sort of movement from that you're capturing from maybe blinds moving, curtains moving, plants in that area.
And there was a tree in front of the house, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Were you aware of whether Mr. Anderson had dogs?
Yes.
So the last human movement that you observed on the video from either the upper window or the side yard was at what time?
I was at 12:45 a.m.
I want to focus on about the 5:30 a.m. hour. Do you remember when we watched that clip of the person smoking a cigarette?
Yes.
And I'll bring it up here. This clip starts at what time, Detective?
It starts at 5:41 and 53 seconds.
Around that time and up into the 6 a.m. hour, 6:15, 6:30, do you ever see any movement in the side yard near Mr. Anderson's residence consistent with someone coming out of that door?
I do not.
Got this clip up now at what time here?
That's going to be 8:42 and 57 seconds a.m.
And which clip is this again?
This is going to be the clip where the person that was on the bus that we believe to be Maxwell Anderson arrived home.
You can see the tan backpack there?
That is correct.
So prior to this, that last clip where there's movement in the side at 12:45 a.m., when we watch those clips and you see human movement in that back area by that back gate, what about that motion light that we were seeing in the tree earlier on in the night?
Yes, in that last, I believe it's the last two clips actually, you do not observe that motion light come on during that time. So as I indicated, that it appeared as if that motion light was being tampered with because it did illuminate any other time that there was human movement in that side yard or towards the gate. Then in the last clip where we do observe human movement, we do not observe that light being illuminated. That's why we believed it was being tampered with.
I have it queued up to what time?
That's 12:42 and 48 seconds.
Okay. And as I fast forward through this clip, where do you see movement here?
Right now you're seeing movement up in the upper window.
And then the very next clip, what time is this?
This is going to be 12:43 and 55 seconds.
I'm gonna speed that up. And do you see the gate moving?
Yes.
All right. Let me back it up and play.
And that's the gate moving, and you do observe that human movement, and there is no motion light illuminated in this video clip.
Does that motion light ever come back on throughout the night?
Not that I observed.
And then I'm gonna go to that last clip. What time is this?
This is going to be 10:54 and 46 seconds a.m.
On what date?
on April 2nd.
What are we seeing here? Hold on, let me zoom in.
Yep. I'm just going to stand up if that's okay.
Sure, let me get you a mic.
I've got it.
What's the status of that back gate?
The back gate is open at this time. And then right now you're observing that side door opening and somebody exiting that side door.
Does it appear that person manually closes the door?
Yes.
Okay, and where's that person going?
And that person is going through the back gate and they appear to be wearing a green hooded sweatshirt.
Not what the other person was wearing who came in the back gate, who you've said is Maxwell Anderson, right?
That is correct.
What do you mean by manually closing the door? I'll play it again here. If you can just describe what you're talking about
Sure.
and point it out as you're seeing it if you could.
So you're seeing the door swing open there, and then it appears as if they push the door to close it.
Rather than just letting it slam?
Correct.
Are you aware of whether Maxwell Anderson, what he did on the date of April 2nd?
Yes.
What do you do?
He went to work
Where?
at dugout 54.
And did you attempt at some point to go to dugout 54 to see if they had video from the date of April 2nd?
I did, yes.
Did you speak to the manager?
I did.
Was his name David Grycan?
It was.
And do you recall the date in which you went there?
I believe it was April 8th, but I don't know for sure.
It was several days after this, correct?
That is correct.
And were you able to obtain video from dugout 54?
No, there was no longer video.
What happened to it?
It had gone beyond the retention period.
Okay. Now, we had discussed the video from the alley. That was the first video you and I went through yesterday. It shows Sade's Honda Civic leaving the alley onto Euclid at what time?
At 12:47
How
a.m.
long after the last movement we see on the 3166 video would that have been?
About 2 minutes.
Okay. When we see those two blinking lights,
That is correct, yes.
and then 2 minutes later, the car is going out of the alley.
That is correct.
Did you attempt to get video from anywhere after that period to discern where that car traveled to?
Yes,
Did you find video that depicted her vehicle after it departed that alley?
I did, yes.
Can you describe what you did and what you found?
Sure. So the city has a program that's called Operation Impact, and there are cameras that business owners share with the Milwaukee Police Department that we are able to access via an app called High Connect. And because of the district that I formerly worked in, I was familiar with a camera that was on the intersection of 35th and Greenfield. And it was believed that Mr. Anderson traveled in that direction in.
I'm going to object to Mr. Anderson. He just asked about a Civic.
I'll sustain that objection, and Detective, I'd ask you to just rephrase.
Sure. It was believed that the Honda Civic traveled in that direction. So I was able to go onto that app and access those cameras that are there. They're located at 3429 West Greenfield Avenue, and there are several different cameras on that business that I was able to view, and I was able to observe that Honda Civic traveling north on South 35th Street.
I'm going to pull up the map so you can describe what it is that why you were looking in a certain area. Zooming in here, why don't you orient us if you could? Stand up with the microphone, please.
So again, this is the area where Mr. Anderson's residence is on South 39th Street, and this is the alley that we last observed the vehicle traveling. It was going south in the alley and then west on Euclid. The most natural, I guess, way or the most thoroughfare is going to be South 43rd Street here, And then I believe based on phone records, we believe that the vehicle actually traveled down Forest Home here, and then it went north on South 35th Street, and that is why we looked in those areas.
So you had shared with you certain location information about Sade's phone, right?
That is correct.
And that led you to believe that her phone was traveling on 35th Street?
That is correct.
So your specific focus on 35th Street wasn't just a random guess, it was based on information developed in the investigation?
Objection
Correct.
leading.
Sustained.
Okay, well, I'll move on. And then why don't you tell us where this camera is located in relation to Mr. Anderson's home?
So the home is, sorry, I lost track of where we were here.
I zoomed out on you, I'm
Yep.
sorry.
So the home is going to be in this area right here. And then the location of that camera is, you're gonna have to come down a little bit. Right here on 35th and Greenfield.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I have on a disc marked as Exhibit 207. And as that's loading, what time period did you capture this video from?
I started watching at 12:45 a.m. because we knew that the last movement of the Honda Civic from the area of Mr. Anderson's home was at 12:47 a.m. So I watched from 12:45 and I was able to find the vehicle on these cameras at approximately 12:53 a.m. on the 2nd.
All right, I'm going to bring up the video file. It's a long title. The first one is identified as camera 3. Let me get off the zoom here. All right, is this the the footage that you captured?
It is, yes.
What intersection is this?
So this is going to be 35th and Greenfield. This is South 35th Street. And the camera, you can see that the camera is pointing in a southwest direction. This is going to be West Greenfield Avenue.
Can I get an exhibit number on this, please? I'm sorry.
207. I'm going to move 207 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
I'm going to play this clip. However, I'm going to advance it to 44 seconds. And as I play, before I play, what real time are we looking at here?
We're looking at 12:53 and 39 seconds.
Are you familiar with whether or not this would cover the approximate time it would take for the vehicle to drive from the alley onto Euclid to this intersection?
I am, yes. Again, we did a Google Maps, simulation of how far it would be. It's approximately 2.6 miles from the residence to this intersection, and it estimated approximately 7 minutes.
Playing at 12:53 and 39 seconds a.m. And that's not the vehicle there?
Correct.
Okay. I'm sorry, I need to go back. I'm playing it from the beginning. So this is 12:52:58.
Correct.
What do you see?
This is the Honda Civic that we believe to be Miss Robinson's vehicle.
And what do you notice about the windows, if anything?
So they appear to be fogged up or a heavy condensation on the windows.
And what direction does the vehicle travel after going through that intersection?
The vehicle continues north on South 35th Street.
Okay. I want to back it up and ask you which windows are you noticing this condensation on?
The windows that are visible in this clip or this view, I see that the windshield and both passenger windows, as well as you can kind of observe it on the back window.
The front passenger mirror, does that look normal?
It does, yes.
Okay, not broken.
Correct.
And then I'm going to play camera 1. Advance it to 20 seconds. Before I play it, we're just looking where now?
So this angle, this camera is actually going to be on the north side of the building. This camera is facing in a west direction. So this is going to be West Greenfield here, and this is South 35th Street here.
Playing from 20 seconds at 12:53:20 a.m. What do you see?
You're observing that Honda Civic approaching the intersection and stopping.
As we zoom in, are you able to observe the windows in this clip as well?
Yes, they are. They also appear to be condensation or a fogging on the windows.
What's happening now?
In this view, the vehicle is continuing north on South 35th Street, and that's where you're able to observe those distinct taillights, that reverse C distinct taillight that the vehicle had.
Paused it at 53 seconds. All right, okay, thank you, Detective. You can have a seat. I have no further questions.
Cross?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So can I start by asking you on the videos that you got from across the street, the 3166, that's across the street from Max's house, right?
That is correct.
And the way you got those videos was to literally go knock on the door and speak to the homeowner,
Correct.
Lydia Flores.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And Ms. Flores, you would agree with me, was not particularly familiar with the intricacies of her camera system.
That is correct, yes.
Because I think what I heard you say before was she wasn't sure how it was set up or anything of that nature.
Correct.
And what day did you go to her house?
And that was Sunday, April 7th.
Now, you know Max was arrested on April 4th, right?
That is correct.
So it was 3 days after he was arrested, you went to Ms. Flores' house.
Correct.
So at least as of April 7th, she still had video going all the way back to April 1st.
Correct.
How much further back than that did the video go?
I don't recall.
But it was for sure at least April 1st, and you sort of zeroed in on that because you had a timeline already in your knowledge at that point, right?
That is correct, yes.
And you didn't know what you were going to find when you went to this house and asked about the system, obviously, right?
We did not.
And obviously, you also looked at video from the alley, whether there was video in the alley as well?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. So you go to the house, she gives you access to the system, and you download what you choose to download,
That is correct.
which was what set of data? In other words, the dates that you chose to download.
Sure, we chose to download at that time, based on the knowledge that we had, we downloaded from 9 p.m. on April 1st, 2024 to 11 a.m. on April 2nd, 2024.
Okay, and so then anything after 11 a.m. on April 2nd is gone?
That is correct.
You've never gone back to ask her for additional footage after 11 a.m. on April 2nd, have you?
We did not.
How long have you been a detective for?
I've been a detective approximately 4 years.
Going on 4 years?
That is correct.
So 3 years and some number of months.
I was promoted in October of 2020. So actually, I'm over 4 years, going
Okay.
into my 5th.
And then before you were a detective, what type of officer were you?
I was a patrol officer in District 2.
How did it come to be that you were assigned this particular task?
At our daily briefing, tasks just get assigned, and I was familiar with the South Side area, so I chose to go look for the video over there.
Okay, because you knew the neighborhood, for example.
That is correct.
All right. And I think you talked about Max getting off a bus and going home. The route that he walked was the normal route to walk home, right?
We believe it was, yes.
You don't know the exact streets necessarily because there may not be video of every street, but he went west to his house, right?
The most logical route, yes.
Okay, and it sort of matches up with the times of when you can see the video of him coming home, right?
That is correct.
Because have you yourself actually walked that route to roughly check it?
I have, yes.
Okay, and you can see when he comes home, he obviously has his backpack on, right?
Correct.
So the backpack hasn't been disposed of.
That is correct.
What's in the backpack?
I don't know.
He has his jacket on, you saw that, right?
Correct.
And the jacket has not been disposed of either.
I'm not aware.
Okay, you can see the video that he has it on, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Yes, when he is in the video, yes, the jacket is still on his persons.
Right, gets off the bus, backpack and jacket on, comes home. When he gets off the bus and comes home, it's the same clothes on, right?
That is correct.
And nothing's been tossed in the garbage can, right?
Correct.
And you don't see any video of anything like that happening.
That is correct.
Now, the videos, the camera system actually, as we were watching a bunch of clips yesterday, we're not going to do that today. Let's go straight down sort of the walkway down the side of Max's house, right?
That is correct.
And you said that you got this assignment because you're familiar with the area, so either it was told to you or you decided you'll go knock on doors and see what videos you can collect.
Correct.
It wasn't given to you because you are the department's video expert, for example, right?
That is correct.
Not that you have any specialized training in how to interpret videos, right?
Correct.
You have no such training.
That is correct.
Your training's no different than any member of the juror or any other person of the public in terms of interpreting videos.
Correct.
And you would agree that the system Ms. Flores provided to you, I thought what I heard you say yesterday was that it was a continuous system. That's what she had thought.
Correct.
But it turns out it wasn't set up as a continuous system,
Correct.
meaning that there are significant gaps
Yes.
between clips, right?
That is correct.
We could see on the screen hundreds, I believe, probably hundreds of clips, right?
Correct.
There's no rhyme or reason why it picks up one portion of a day or not a portion of a day, right?
Correct.
And that's different than some camera systems where you can make sense of why it picks up at a certain time, right?
That is correct.
So what you're left with is footage as it exists with significant gaps throughout the footage, right?
Correct.
And we don't know whatsoever, obviously, during those gaps what happens.
That is correct.
Now, where is the microphone, Jay? We still using the mic?
I think the one right next to it.
Testing 1, 2. I'm going to show you exhibits 316 and 317, okay?
Okay.
And Ian, could you take down the video?
Do you want it on the Elmo?
Yeah, please. Do you see those exhibits?
I do, yes.
And those have been previously admitted into evidence. Do you recognize these?
This is the first time I'm viewing them.
Okay.
Well, I viewed one yesterday, I apologize, but yes.
You recognize that as what?
This is the inside of Mr. Anderson's residence.
Okay. Meaning And Judge, okay if I publish exhibits that have been admitted, right?
What numbers are they again?
316, 317.
Yes, go ahead.
And so,
And they have been already admitted, yes.
okay, so again, exhibit 316, before I ask you about this exhibit, you would agree that yesterday you were looking at what you believe to be silhouettes and drawing some conclusions based on that, right?
Correct.
And you are, as you've said, have no expert training in such a field, right?
That is correct.
You're not offering that as a scientific assessment or analysis, right?
I am not.
And you would agree that exhibit 316, which you just identified, is a picture of the interior of Max's upstairs.
Correct.
I should just say Max's residence that he lived in, right?
Correct.
And what we have here is on the right side, a couch, and on the left side, a circular chair, right?
Correct.
And then a table directly in front of that window, right?
That is correct.
And then plants hanging all over the place.
Correct.
At least 1, 2, 3, 4, I don't know. Can you estimate how many plants are hanging in front of the window? Give it a count if you want.
I would say it appears as if 4 are hanging in the window, and then there are some on the table, at the table level.
Yeah, it looks like at least on the right side, some sort of a tree, and then on the left side, maybe a shrub as well.
That is correct.
All of which are sort of in front of that front window, right?
Correct.
And then there's I don't know if I covered this, there's also a credenza, an end table of some sort right up against the window.
That is correct.
That would not be, other than the chair on the left side by that window, one would not sit one would not imagine that they sit on that credenza thing, right?
That is correct.
It doesn't look like it's designed for people to hang out on.
No.
And in terms of room to get around, so then with exhibit 317, that's just, what is that?
It's just a closer up view, it appears.
Of the clutter?
Yes.
And it's really sort of, the blinds are off to the side. It appears that there's, at least on top of the credenza, maybe 8 or 9 additional plants on top of there as well.
Correct.
And the quality of the videos that you have looked at are extraordinarily poor,
That is correct.
as opposed to other video of better quality, such as bus footage, where you can clearly see faces and gender, right?
That is correct, yes.
Now, why wouldn't you, since you made a decision to get the footage through 11 a.m. on April 2nd, why wouldn't you get footage from April 3rd and April 4th, up to the day that Max was arrested?
At that time, that was the only footage that we deemed that was the most valuable.
Okay, so that's your thought at the time, but now looking back on it, it would obviously be helpful to have additional footage, right?
Correct.
But that's been lost to time.
Correct.
It is important to be thorough, though, isn't it?
Correct.
Especially on an intentional homicide case.
That is correct.
Now, another question I wanted to ask you is this. When you get these videos, obviously they're in electronic form, right?
That is correct, yes. And
you can, as you said yesterday, you can spend whatever hours you want looking at them and drawing whatever conclusions, right?
correct,
And you've testified, obviously, Mr. Anderson had dogs.
correct,
We know Sade, or we believe Sade went to his house with him, right?
correct,
You've seen the video, they leave Dukes together and get in a vehicle, right?
correct.
None of this is new information to you. You've been able to, you know the case, right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And so there's nothing on, to be clear, any of the videos that you've watched that ever shows Max Anderson driving Sade's car.
That is correct.
Even the ones you just testified to this morning where you had said Max, in fact, all you can determine is that a Honda Civic left Max's house.
That is correct,
You can't say that Max actually drove that car.
correct,
Okay. And when you talked about a light blinking twice, consistent with a key fob being pushed, you have no opinion whether that's Sade clicking a key fob or Mr. Anderson clicking that,
Correct,
or some other person.
correct.
Because what we saw in the video, although it's not good quality, is the gate opening and closing, right?
That is correct, yes.
And for sure, we could see a gate opening and closing at times when there's no human movement out there,
Correct,
which to you, maybe it's wind, or maybe you don't see the person.
correct.
And we don't know, do you know whether there's people lurking in that alley? Can you see in that alley?
We cannot.
Or behind the garage?
Correct, we cannot see that.
Certainly alleys can be a dangerous spot,
Correct,
dark areas late at night.
correct.
Now, you do as a detective, you can use your eyes to watch things, but you also have a crime lab, right?
Correct,
And what a crime lab can do is provide additional services to you to help interpret video evidence, right?
correct.
There's access to FBI crime labs, and there's also local crime labs here in Milwaukee, right?
That is correct.
And in fact, this is even the type of case, because of the nature of it, where FBI assistance was asked for and provided, actually.
Correct.
Did you ever ask the FBI to do any video analysis in this case?
We did not.
I just want to know if you did.
I did not, I apologize.
And did you ever ask the state crime lab, did you ever ask the state crime lab to do any video analysis?
I personally did not know.
What would be important? Well, you were asked questions yesterday about height. Remember that?
Correct,
Whether a silhouette appears to be the same height as the fence or not the same height as the fence.
correct.
Did you ever ask, you do know that the state crime lab in Milwaukee can provide a height analysis?
I was not aware that was one of the features specifically, but it wouldn't surprise me.
You didn't know that they can do that.
I did not.
Therefore, you never asked them to do a height analysis
That is correct,
because you didn't know they could.
correct.
So, well, since you played such an important role in viewing video evidence, did you ever receive any report from the crime lab? Did you ever receive any report from the crime lab attempting to analyze the video footage?
I did not.
As you sit here today, did you ever review such a report?
I did not.
Are you aware that such a report exists?
I am not.
You've never been told that.
Correct.
Would it be helpful for you if you were to learn, okay, if you were to learn that the state crime lab looked at this footage, looked at clips, okay, and that they were specifically asked to do a comparative height analysis?
I'm going to object. It's assuming facts, not in evidence, and asking her to speculate.
I'm allowed to ask hypotheticals. She's spoken about the footage.
She indicated that she's unaware of whether or not the crime lab has the ability to do this. You indicated in your questioning you believed it was possible, but she's indicated she doesn't even know if it's a possibility. So based on that, I think I'm going to sustain the state's objection.
Okay.
Next question.
We can come back to that if it's appropriate, okay?
Okay.
Now, the movement that you've talked about yesterday, silhouettes and things like that, you've offered an opinion, but again, not a scientific opinion, just your lay opinion, right?
That is correct, yes.
That sometimes you think it's human and sometimes you don't think it's human, right?
Correct.
But you don't know whether it's really a dog that jumps up, it might be a big dog, or it's a human, right?
That is correct.
And clearly, obviously, we've established there were dogs in the house, right?
Correct.
And no special software was used. Did you use any special software that provides you the ability to do something with the footage that we didn't see here in court?
I did not, no.
Dugout 54 is I believe you said a bar here in Milwaukee.
Correct.
You went there.
Correct.
When did you go there?
I believe it was April 8th.
no footage anymore, right?
Correct,
It was gone?
correct.
But regardless of whether there's footage or not, you spoke to the owner, David Grykan, you said, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Grykan confirmed Max showed up to work on April 2nd,
He did, yes.
worked his shift,
Correct.
which is an important day in Milwaukee in particular because it's opening day, right?
That is correct, yes.
And dugout 54 is right by the stadium
Correct,
with foot traffic galore walking to the stadium and the bars, right?
correct.
And you were able to confirm with Mr. Grykan that on April 2nd, Max Anderson showed up to work at what time?
I believe it was 11:12 a.m.
Is that in what we do, and we do have footage, right? Or do we have footage in your review of what you believe to be Max leaving his house to go to work?
That is correct, yes.
Is that when we saw the green jacket, is that what you were offering the opinion that that's Max?
Correct,
So you can see him going to work.
correct,
And clearly he's not carrying a backpack,
correct,
nor is he appear to be running from the home, right?
correct,
So whatever backpack was being worn, presumably is in the house, right?
correct.
You never saw it get disposed of.
I did not, no.
Same with the jacket.
I did not.
And Max goes to work at 11:12
Correct.
and works, and then opening day is noon or 1, right?
I believe so, yes. I don't know the exact time.
Okay, but he works through his shift,
Correct,
normal.
correct.
And then we don't have any footage of him coming home or any activities after that because you ended at 11 a.m.
That is correct.
That's all.
State?
At the time he would have left to go to work, that would have been, that was shortly prior to 11 a.m. on the 2nd, right?
That is correct.
And so then he arrives at work at 11:12, right?
Correct.
At that time, was your unit even aware that Sade Robinson was missing? On April 2nd?
On April 2nd, I don't know what time the missing was reported.
Her leg hadn't even been found yet, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you know, or knew at the time that you got that video from 3166 that Sade was deceased by April 2nd.
Correct.
And does that play a role in why you were focused in on that time period?
Yes.
What were you looking for?
We were looking for the movements, who was coming and going at that time.
And how many hours have you spent combing through that video?
Asked and answered.
I think it's for clarification. You're able to answer it.
As I indicated yesterday, close to 100 hours.
Have you ever used the crime lab's imaging unit or whatever it is called?
I personally have not, no.
Okay. Nothing else?
Thank you. And
I'm sorry, did you say nothing further? I didn't hear you.
I did.
Okay, go ahead.
thank you. In the close to the 100 hours of time you've spent watching that footage, you never once see somebody being strangled, right?
Correct.
Or stabbed.
Correct.
That's all.
State?
Nothing.
Thank you, Detective Smith.
Thank you.
State your next witness.
Detective Daniel O'Connell.
It's open.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Daniel O'Connell, DanielO''Connell.
Are you a detective with the Milwaukee Police Department?
I am.
How long have you been a detective, or how long have you been with the department, I should ask?
10 years,
And how long a detective?
approximately 3.
What unit are you assigned to?
Homicide division.
Did you assist in investigating the disappearance of Sade Robinson in early April 2024?
I did.
Was one of the roles that you played in investigating her disappearance to look for video that might be relevant around the area of Maxwell Anderson's residence?
It was.
Did that include looking for video in the T alley that borders his residence?
Yes.
Did you find any video that showed anything of note
I did,
in that T alley?
I did.
What did it show? It just summarized. We're gonna watch it, but.
I located at 3120 South 40th Street, which is faces, the rear of the house faces to the east. What we'll see is Ms. Robinson's car traveling north in the 3100 block of North 39th Street. It's going to pass the entrance alleyway, back up, and then proceed west through the T, or the east-west portion of the alleyway, and then turn south on the T alleyway and out of the view of the camera.
What time did this occur at?
9 p.m., 9:16 p.m., roughly.
All right. On what date?
April 2nd. I apologize. The camera will show 9:16. It's actually slow by 4 minutes, so it's actually 9:20 p.m. Real time.
All right. I have on the screen here, Exhibit 443 is going to come up hopefully shortly. So are we talking about this T alley here?
Correct.
All right. And the camera footage shows what? The entrance?
It will show the entrance from 39th Street.
Okay.
And the alleyway running east-west, and then just the north portion of the north-south portion of the alleyway.
I'm going to pull up a disc that I have marked as Exhibit 208. And I'm going to play the file that is, the end of the file name is 5958_part1. All right. Now, at the top here, there's a date and time stamp. Is the date accurate?
It is accurate.
Okay, and in this particular instance, the month and the day are in reverse order, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so the one in the beginning is the 1st of April, right?
Correct.
All right, and you said the camera's how much off?
4 minutes.
I'm going to go, I'd move Exhibit 208 in.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
I'm going to advance the video 4 minutes and 32 seconds. All right, kind of hard to see because of the glare here, but what time is this?
It's 21:16:25, which would be 9:16 p.m. According to the camera time, and real time would be 9:20 p.m.
Was there a specific reason you were looking for this time period?
That's the approximate time that we believe that she arrived at Mr. Anderson's house.
Do you know what that was based on?
It was based on various phone records, applications.
I'm going to play this clip until, well, I'm going to play about 20-some seconds of it. Oh, actually, before I do that, just orient us a little bit.
Sure.
What is this where my mouse is going?
That is South 39th Street, the 3100 block.
This right here where my mouse is now?
The east-west portion of the alleyway between 39th and 40th.
And here?
That's the north-south alley.
His residence would be where in relation to this?
It would be south out of the view of the camera.
To the right side?
To the right side, correct.
And it plays in fast forward, right?
It does.
Okay. What are we seeing?
You're seeing Ms. Robinson's car drive past the entrance to the or the alleyway, and then stop, reverse, and then enter the alleyway before going south through the north-south portion.
All right, it happens quick, so I'll play it again. I'm pausing it at 4:58 on the video player timestamp, and I'm backing up to 4:32. And tell us when you see it again.
Her car is just entering the frame. It's now reversing and turning into the alleyway, and then it'll turn south here shortly.
I have it in slow motion here. Next clip is the file ending 10000_part1. I'm going to advance this to 4 minutes, 33 seconds into the clip. Where are we looking now?
This is the garage. This is at the north end of the north portion of the alleyway, basically the T. Ms. Robinson's car will be entering the camera frame from the top, which would be the east, and then it'll turn south to the right off the camera view.
Right there?
Correct.
All right, one more time since it plays in fast forward. Heading in the direction of Mr. Anderson's home?
Correct.
Okay. I have nothing else.
Correct?
Just 1 minute, please.
Sure, go ahead.
Oh, actually, I do have more, sorry.
It's good timing then.
Perfect, go ahead.
You got another camera, right?
I did.
And you were focusing on a different time frame at this point.
I was.
Tell us about that.
This was a time frame after, this would be on the 2nd of April, where we believe Ms. Robinson's car and maybe traveling north on South 43rd Street.
After departing Mr. Anderson's residence,
Correct.
did you find a video on South 43rd Street?
I did at 3119 South 43rd Street.
If I bring the map back up here, we're looking right where my mouse is here, correct?
Correct.
Okay. This is going to be a disc marked Exhibit 209. Where did you get this video from?
I got this from 3119 South 43rd Street.
And where would that be on this map here?
It would be in the same 100 block as Mr. Anderson's house, just 3 blocks over in the main thoroughfare there, just south of Oklahoma Avenue.
So right around where my mouse is?
Approximately, yes.
And what does it depict?
It depicts Ms. Robinson's car traveling north on South 43rd Street towards Oklahoma Avenue. There's 2 camera frames, one sort of facing to the south and one to the east, which captures the northeast direction.
All right, is this the clip here?
Yes, this is the northeast direction. West Oklahoma Avenue would be just off the left side of the screen.
I'm gonna advance this clip to 9 minutes. So we're looking at what time in real time here?
This is this camera is accurate to real time and accurate to the date as well. So it's 12:49:10.
And were you aware that the vehicle left the alley around like 12:47?
Correct.
Action leading.
I'll withdraw the question.
Okay.
Do you know what time, well, why were you looking at this time period?
We're looking at this time period because we had information that the vehicle would have been traveling somewhere along this route to the north side of Milwaukee.
Playing at 9 minutes, the timestamp is 12:49:10 a.m. on April 2nd, 2024. And let us know when you see anything that was of note to you.
That vehicle right there would be Ms. Robinson's vehicle.
Do you see anything about the taillights that was distinct to you?
Just the shape of them for that year of the vehicle was distinct in that manner.
I'll zoom in and play it again since it happens kind of quick.
And that would be her vehicle traveling north on South 43rd Street.
And through what intersection right there?
It would be approaching West Oklahoma Avenue.
Okay, I paused it at 9:13. The time on the camera is 12:49:24 a.m. And now I have nothing further.
Cross.
Oh, I'll move 209 in.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
Good morning.
Morning.
You were actually, before we talk about this, you were also involved in a search of Galena Street Park area, weren't you?
I was.
So if I ask you questions about that area, you'll be able to answer them, right?
Correct.
When we were talking, the reason you had gone to the Galena Street Park, we're talking about the park at 31st and Galena, aren't we?
In that area, yes.
It's a little pocket park in the neighborhood, right?
Correct.
That neighborhood is south of Lisbon Avenue,
Yes.
and it's the park itself is a nice little kids' playground almost, right?
Correct.
And at the east end of the park is the wooded area, and then there's a path that goes down to train tracks down below, right?
Correct.
Give me 1 second. So if I can explain it, as you would walk through this little pocket park, if you were to go through the park, that's where you would get to the wooded area, right?
Going east, yes.
Going east. And then as you get into that wooded area, there's sort of makeshift trails, if you will. You can even call them trails or walking paths.
Yes,
Not even really trails, because they're just sort of like foot traffic over the years, right?
correct.
And it's a muddy area.
At that time it was.
Well,
when
at
I was
that
there.
time, because it had been raining for days, right?
As I recall, it had been raining, I don't know for how long, but yeah, it was muddy at that point.
And your job was to canvass that area with other detectives to canvass the train track area, right?
Yes,
So to get to that train track area, you walked through that park, through the trails, down the hill.
yes,
And the way you get down that hill is you just walk down one of those walking paths. There's a fence, there's an opening in the fence, and then you walk through that opening and you're down by the train tracks.
yes.
And when you did that search, what day did you do that search?
Don't recall a specific day, it was early April as well.
Yeah, if I said April 6th, does that sound about right?
Yes,
And you know that you were with numerous other officers at that time, right?
correct.
And you actually call it the 31st and Galena Playground, right?
Yes,
The purpose of that search was to look for any evidence that may have been missed on earlier searches.
correct,
And in law enforcement, because things can be missed, obviously.
correct.
And so sometimes sometimes law enforcement does multiple searches to make sure, to see if they missed something.
Correct.
And were you aware of the fact that citizens had been finding things that law enforcement missed?
I had been, yes.
You were aware of that?
We were aware of,
Okay.
of things that they had located.
Yeah. And so then that area to get down to the train tracks again, you to be clear, at that time, very muddy area.
Yes, we eventually started moving to off the path to take a less steep angle to avoid the muddy path.
Right. And actually down along the train tracks, you recovered a long bone, didn't you?
I did not know.
We identified a long bone, right?
Not me personally, I was there when one was identified.
Okay.
My partner, Jose Flores, had recovered one.
I'm sorry, you didn't recover it, but you were there when it was
I was
recovered.
there, correct.
And that was your partner?
Correct.
Okay. With respect to this footage from the alley that you've looked at, is it just that little snapshot of time that you collected, or did you collect footage from hours earlier?
Not hours earlier, I believe the clip was, I think that one was maybe 15 minutes long or 12 approximately from the 3120 South 40th.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that
I
last.
said the address is 3120 South 40th. I believe those were like 12-minute clips maybe.
Okay, I was having trouble. You collected one clip, is that what you're saying?
From 2 clips from the 2 cameras, they were spread over the time. I'm not exactly sure how long they were.
Okay, but the one we were watching of the Civic leaving the alley was at what time?
I didn't capture any video of the Civic leaving the alley, just arriving.
Or just arriving?
Just arriving.
Just driving.
Driving through the alley towards Mr. Anderson's house.
At what time?
That would have been approximately 9:20 p.m.
Okay, and that's just those clips from that time frame is all that you obtained?
There's some on either end of it, but no amount of time longer than like 30 minutes, I believe.
Okay, that's all.
State?
Nothing else.
Thank you, Detective. State your next witness.
Deputy Tim Schwan.
solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Deputy Timothy Schwan, Timothy. Schwan is Schwan.
Are you a deputy with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I am.
How long have you worked for the sheriff's office?
I've been a deputy for approximately 5 years.
Did you assist in a video canvass related to the disappearance of Sade Robinson in April of 2024?
Yes, I did.
Did you locate any video that depicted Sade's car?
Yes, I did.
Where was that from?
It was from the intersection of 35th and Lincoln at Badger Ham.
If you could look to your right, I have a map that's already entered as Exhibit 443. Tell us where you got this video from. If there's a mic next to you, could you grab it? Not that one.
Oh, right on the counter.
So Badger Ham is located right in this intersection here.
And what is the video that you found show it?
The video shows a dark-colored sedan with characteristics similar to a Honda Civic driving northbound on 35th through Lincoln Avenue.
All right, in the direction of Mitchell Street, here, Burnham Street, and Greenfield?
Yes.
And what time does that vehicle pass through that intersection?
The vehicle passes through the intersection at approximately 12:51 a.m., 12:51 and 29 seconds.
I'm gonna pull up Exhibit 210. It's a disc. You can have a seat. Is this the video clip you were just referencing that you collected?
Yes, it is.
Move 210 into evidence and ask to play it.
Any objection?
No.
Received and go ahead.
All right, I'm gonna advance this video. To 35 minutes, 45 seconds in, and play from there. Tell us when you see anything of note, Deputy.
That vehicle right there.
Okay. Going north?
Yes.
I'll play it one more time. Paused at 35:56. Is it the vehicle over here on the right side?
Yes.
Are you able to notice anything distinct about the vehicle or unique?
The rear taillights, the red rear taillights, kind of form two C's facing each other, and that's consistent with a Honda Civic.
Specifically the model of Honda Civic that Sade Robinson had.
Correct.
I'm gonna zoom in. You able to notice anything about the windows?
The windows appeared to be fogged up or obstructed by something.
And remind me, Deputy, what time did the vehicle pass through that intersection?
It passed through at 12:51 and approximately 29 seconds a.m.
You were also one of the individuals, one of the law enforcement officers that were part of searching Mr. Anderson's residence, correct?
Correct.
Did you measure the fence of Mr. Anderson's residence?
Yes, I did.
How tall was the fence?
The front gate was 6 feet even from the tallest point of the fence to the ground, and the back gate was 6 feet and 5/8 inches from the tallest part of the fence to the ground.
I have nothing else.
Cross.
Yes, since you were at that house, you also saw that there's a home directly next door that's 2 stories, right?
I don't remember which specific house is 2 stories, but that home was flanked on each side by 2 houses, yes.
Yes, and both of which were 2-story homes, right?
Yes.
Okay. That was my question. The fence that you measured was along, the one that runs along the backyard, right?
It would be, while looking at Mr. Anderson's residence, the front gate would be on the left side of the house, and then directly to the back where the backyard is was the back gate.
Exactly. And in that, did you go in the backyard to do those measurements?
Yes.
Okay. And that fence between, that fence runs within a foot maybe of the neighbor's home to the left as you're looking at Mr. Anderson's house. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
It's almost right up to that property line.
Yes.
And that house right to the side, and that side of the house is the door that you come in and out of. There's a side door right there, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. In terms of the windows on the Civic, you said they were either fogged up or obstructed, one of the two?
Yes.
In other words, you can't see anybody who's driving the car when you looked at the footage, can you?
Correct.
Gender, race, anything?
Correct. And could not tell anything about who was operating the vehicle.
Okay, that's all.
State?
Nothing else.
Thank you, Detective. Or Deputy, excuse me. State your next witness.
Going to recall Detective Vandertye.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record, please.
I am Detective Matthew, M-A-T-T-H-E-W, Vandertye, V-A-N-D-E-R-T-I-E.
Detective, you've testified already in this trial. Did you also participate in this investigation by receiving video footage from poll cameras, specifically plate reader cameras in Milwaukee?
Yes.
Did that consist of images as well as video?
Yes. I believe there were 2 license plate reads from Milwaukee Police Department, and then there was also poll camera video.
I have on the screen Exhibit 211. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
Is this a poll camera?
it is.
And where is it from?
This is the poll camera that is at the intersection of West McKinley and North 4th Street.
Move 211 in.
Any objection?
No.
211's received.
I'm also going to show you Exhibits 488 and 489. Do you recognize those 2 images?
Could I have the numbers one more time, please?
488 and 489.
Thank you.
Yep. Exhibit number 488 is a license plate read from Fond du Lac Avenue, also known as State Highway 145. It's listed as 145 off-ramp median camera or camera A2. This camera faces east on Fond du Lac Avenue or State Highway 145.
And how about 489?
Exhibit number 489 is another license plate reader image. This one is titled 24324 left right, 1 left right, LPR camera _ right.
And on 488 and 489, who are those plate reader cameras? Whose license plate are they depicting?
This license plate is ASP 1171. That is the Honda Civic registered to Sade Robinson.
Okay, I'd move 488 and 489 into evidence.
Any objection?
1 minute, please.
I received.
Now, you had contacted the Milwaukee Police Department to obtain these this video and then those two images, correct?
They were provided to me by the Milwaukee Police Department.
Why were you interested in these? Excuse me.
Obviously, we wanted to know where Sade's vehicle had been during the investigation.
Were you aware that the city had cameras that were capable of capturing license plate images?
Yes.
And so did you make a request for this?
I don't know if I specifically made the request, but it was provided to me by Milwaukee Police Department.
And I'm gonna pull up one of the plate images that's in front of you. Is this 489?
Yes, this is exhibit number 489.
And this is a plate reader image, right?
Yes.
Are you aware of where this location is?
This is the 1000 block of North Water Street, which is approximately 1/2 block south of Water and Juneau.
Which is, what bar is at the corner of Water and Juneau?
Duke's on Water.
And it's date and time stamped what?
It is date and time stamped April 1st, 2024, 7:38:43 p.m.
Are you aware of where Sade Robinson was at that time?
Based on records and the investigation, yes.
Was she at Duke's?
Yes.
Okay. Her car was parked on Water Street?
Yes.
And this would be, in the lower left here, what is that?
That is the image of the license plate read.
That license plate read, is that the yellow square that I'm circling here?
Yes.
Okay. 488, I'm gonna bring up next. This is another license plate read capturing on the lower left, whose license plate?
Sade Robinson, or ASP 1171, the vehicle that is registered to her.
So as we're looking at these, is it that the picture of the plate in the corner is from the image that's in the middle that I'm circling?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, that's how the plate cameras work, basically.
Yes.
How is it that you're able to tell where this was beyond just looking at the image itself?
On the top, in the top left corner of the image here, it states the location.
And are you familiar with where this location is?
Yes.
I'm gonna bring up 443 here. Let me zoom out. Can you indicate on this map approximately where that image was taken?
May I step off the?
As long as you use the microphone, yes.
This license plate reader camera, I believe, is on State Highway 145 or Fond du Lac Avenue, approximately here, so between North 8th Street and North 9th Street.
What is this thoroughfare that I'm going over with my cursor here?
Interstate 43.
Is there an exit from Interstate 43 onto 145 there?
There is.
Okay. Zoom out here. And then why don't you tell us where that video, I haven't played it yet, but I had the clip up. Where's that video gonna be from?
That video is from West McKinley Avenue at North 4th Street.
Pulling up the image again of the plate reader. So when is her license plate captured on this plate reader camera according to this image?
This image shows April 2nd, 2024 at 1:02:30 a.m.
So at 1:02:30 a.m., according to this image, her car is going in what direction down McKinley?
It would be eastbound on McKinley.
Point that out on the map, please.
From the west to the east.
Consistent with having gotten off on that exit?
Correct.
Now, did you do any independent analysis or investigation, if you will, to try to figure out if this timestamp on this image is accurate?
I did review other data sources and
What-
compared them to this image.
And were you able to
timestamp on this image?
were you able to determine whether this timestamp was accurate or off by any amount?
I would believe it to be fast or ahead of real time.
By how much?
Approximately 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Tell the jury what you did in order to figure out that this timestamp is off approximately 3 minutes, 20 seconds.
I again reviewed the Verizon cellular records that I had previously received via exigency or search warrant. There were cellular records in the area of Interstate 43 and the West Fond du Lac or 145 off-ramp just before 11:59 or 12:59 a.m.
Whose records were you reviewing?
Sade Robinson's records or the Verizon records.
And how about the Life 360 records? Did you look at those too?
Yes, there was a Life 360 data point just east of the freeway shortly after 11 or 12:59 a.m.
Would it be fair to say that you're basing that calculation about the time on an assumption that the phone, Sade's phone, is within this car?
Yes,
Okay. Traveling with the car, if you will.
yes,
All right, so as I see it, you have this being just before 1 o'clock a.m., 12:59 and some seconds on April 2nd.
yes,
The video clip I have up here, is this going to capture the vehicle driving?
yes.
Is this video clip from before or after the image that is on the screen 489?
This would be after. It is further east on West McKinley Avenue.
And briefly before I play it, just tell us where that image is versus the video again and what we're going to see.
The license plate reader camera, again, located approximately here on State Highway 145 or West Fond du Lac Avenue, east of Interstate 43. And the video is West McKinley Avenue at North 4th Street.
And what direction is the vehicle traveling?
Vehicle is traveling eastbound.
Can you just do it with your finger on the map?
From the west to the east.
Thank you. Playing the video clip. It's 21 seconds long. I'll back it up to the beginning. Paused at Is that the vehicle there?
Yes.
As the vehicle enters the frame, are you able to notice anything about the windows?
It appears the windows have a lighter tone to them.
Okay. I have nothing else.
Cross.
So you can't actually see in any of the windows, right?
That is correct.
To see in any of the videos you watched, right?
Correct.
And the poll cams, they're all over the city, not just these locations you've testified to, right?
That is correct.
A lot of the major roads actually have the poll cams up and down them.
It's my understanding, yes.
Or the Elpers reader system that you've testified to, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's all.
Anything else, State?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Detective. State your next witness.
Detective Spittelmeister.
This is Vandertye. That's Vandertye.
I'll take him.
Oh.
Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Nathan Spittlemeister, Nathan Spittlemeister.
Good morning, Detective. We had previously discussed other topics, some related to video recovery near Warnemont Park, right?
Correct.
Did you also assist in trying to find video that captured Sade Robinson's car driving after departing from Maxwell Anderson's house?
I did.
And did that search lead you to the Lower East Side of Milwaukee?
It did.
Were you able to find video of her car?
Yes.
And where?
Lakefront Brewery.
I have 443 up on the screen right now. It's a map. What brought you to, well, first of all, can you identify on this map approximately the location of the Lakefront Brewery? Please use the microphone that's on the ground or on the desk there. Isn't there a handheld one?
I see it now.
Oh, gotta turn it on.
Yes, it's on North Commerce Street and would be in about this area.
What drew you to looking for video in that area?
I was aware that Sade Robinson's vehicle traveled past her apartment at approximately 1:05 a.m.
And in doing, her apartment is where in relation to Lakefront Brewery?
Directly south.
And based on what information did you have, why did you know that? How did you know that?
Based on the Life 360 data.
That would be going up North Commerce Street here?
Correct.
Okay. I'm gonna pull up Exhibit 212 on the screen. What is this?
This is a view from one of the cameras on Lakefront Brewery. This is the west side of Lakefront Brewery, and it faces southwest. This street right here is Commerce Street.
Faces northwest, right?
I believe southwest.
Okay. This is Commerce Street where my mouse is?
Correct.
And Miss Robinson's apartment is where?
Directly to the south.
Okay. I'm gonna, move this video to 11. So there's a timestamp up here, right?
Correct.
Okay, is that timestamp accurate or wrong?
It is 2 hours slow.
Gonna advance the video to 16 minutes.
What's this number?
This is a disc marked Exhibit 212, and I would move it in.
Any objection?
No.
Thank you. It's received.
All right, I have it queued up to 16 minutes, 3 seconds on the video player. We're looking at what time on the screen?
We are looking at 11:06 a.m. or 11:06 p.m. according to this timestamp, but it is 2 hours slow, so adjusted, that would be at 1:06 in the morning.
Was this consistent with the time that the Life 360 information you just discussed showed her car going by that area?
Yes.
Playing at 16 minutes, 3 seconds. Tell us when you see her car.
Her vehicle is entering now, and it is traveling north.
Can you notice anything about the windows?
As the vehicle passes the camera, you can see that the windows are fogged.
I'll back it up and play it again, playing from 1619. Pausing at 1630, and it's off camera. The timestamp on the video, or on the screen, is 11:06:42 p.m., but that would be what time?
That would be 1:06 a.m.
And if you could just, with your finger, trace the route that you just saw the vehicle driving.
coming from the south and then traveling north up Commerce Street.
If you were to go to the River West neighborhood, traveling that direction, what would be the logical place to go?
North,
All right, and on to what street?
probably Humboldt,
Where's Humboldt?
right here.
All right, so why don't you trace the route from Commerce into River West there?
From starting in this area and up Commerce Street to about Humboldt.
And then Humboldt north?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Cross?
Sade Robinson lived on Commerce Street.
Correct.
Her Honda Civic drives directly past her residence.
Correct.
And you did an investigation in this case and looked into the history of it, right?
I did.
And you can have a seat if you'd like. You can't tell who's driving that car,
That's correct.
but it leaves Maxwell's home and it goes directly past her apartment building.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, on May 3rd, on that date, you reviewed video footage that was recovered by the Milwaukee Police Department from a residence located at 3166 South 39th Street.
I reviewed multiple videos by MPD. I can't tell you exactly which ones.
I'm gonna show him this report. I'm showing you a police report. If you could review it and tell me whether that refreshes your recollection.
It does.
Okay, so on May 3rd, what did you do?
Reviewed that video footage, and it showed that the vehicle had fogged up windows.
Let's just back up for 1 sec, okay? So I'm showing you a report. Are you the author of this report?
I am.
Okay, your name is at the bottom.
Correct.
And this, on May 3rd, did you review video footage that was recovered by the Milwaukee Police Department for 3166 South 39th Street?
Yes.
Okay, do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And that video footage was video footage that filmed from a camera at across the street from 3161 South 39th, correct?
Correct.
And that footage captured the side of 3161 South 39th Street, including the fence line and the southwest fence.
Yes.
And the video footage was initially reviewed by the Milwaukee Police Department homicide detectives and showed a subject walking through the fence gate on April 1st and 2nd.
Correct.
And the reason why you reviewed the footage on May 3rd was because Detective Donner requested a comparative height analysis.
Correct.
And because she made that request, you reviewed the footage and uploaded it to a database.
Correct.
And then you had full access to all the clips, right?
Correct.
And then you picked out a number of the clips from that footage, and you provided a digital copy of those video files to Detective Kayla Bierke,
Correct.
so that they could be uploaded to the State of Wisconsin Crime Lab,
Correct.
right here in Milwaukee.
Yes.
You put them into it's called a share file system, right?
I believe myself or Detective Bierke did that.
Thank you, that's all.
State anything?
No?
Okay, thank you. State your next witness. Oh, actually, how are we doing? Anybody need a break? Okay, we need a break. So we're going to take our morning break at this time. Please leave your notebooks on your seat. Prepared to state your next witness?
Detective Kent Gordon.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
First name is Kent, K-E-N-T. Last name is Gordon, G-O-R-D-O-N.
Are you a detective with the City of Milwaukee's homicide unit?
Yes, I am.
Did you participate in April 2024, in a video canvas around the City of Milwaukee looking for video of Sade Robinson's car?
Yes.
What area did you focus on searching?
The area that I focused on was in the 3300 block, approximate area of Gordon Place.
I have a map, Exhibit 443, next to you, showing part of the Lower East Side here. Can you tell us where that is?
It's going to be in the River West neighborhood.
So let's start here. This is Commerce and Humboldt.
Yep.
See that?
Yes.
Okay, where my mouse is. So which way? North?
North, yep, and then it's going to be continue north. And then right there by that Pleasant Valley Park, that little area,
Where I'm
just east of Humboldt.
All right, and Dowsman, you actually see Dowsman Street right here, correct?
Yes.
Why were you searching in that area?
That was the location that the sheriffs had given us as one of the points where they knew that they had tracked her, Sade Robinson, to.
Were you the only person searching for video in that area, or were there a number of you trying to find video?
There were a number of people trying to find video over there.
All right. I'm going to show you Exhibit 226. It's a disc. Do you recognize what you're looking at on the screen here?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is video that I had recovered from the location of 3361 North Dousman Street.
Move 226 in?
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
And how is it that you received this video?
So I ended up receiving a phone call from an officer at District 5 on April 13th, and she informed me that there was a woman in the neighborhood over here at 3361 North Dousman that had video that she wanted to try to pass along to us. She was aware that officers had been canvassing the area, so she was trying to reach out to somebody to get this video too.
How extensive was this video canvas?
Quite extensive. It was all around the area. It was, people went up and down Dousman, they went up and down Gordon Place. To the south is Concordia, they searched over there. Just north of that is Townsend, they went up and down Townsend. And then continuing all around the area, my partner and I personally went up and down Humboldt as well.
Focusing on the area near Pleasant Valley Park?
Yes.
And was this the only video that you could find that captured what appeared to be Sade's Honda Civic?
Me personally, yes.
I'm gonna play the first clip. It's labeled clip April 2, 2024 at 1:34 a.m. And is that the time that this clip's depicting?
Yes.
What are we gonna see, just so we know where to look? And if you have to get up and use the handheld microphone, I encourage you to do so.
Okay. So off to the left is going to be to the north. The cross street there is going to be Townsend. And then what we're looking at right now is we're looking to the east, and we're looking at the 3300 block of Dousman. A vehicle is going to be traveling southbound on Dousman. It'll pause briefly in front of this residence, and then it'll continue south on Dousman towards Concordia.
Where would the river be in relation to this camera?
The river is further east, so the next block over to the east is going to be Gordon Place. Down south of here, like I said, is Concordia. Concordia ends up connecting to Gordon Place. Gordon Place is kind of a U-shaped street that connects to Townsend to the north, and then Concordia to the south. And then where Gordon Place connects with Concordia is a an actual access point for Pleasant Valley Park. There's a trail that leads down towards where the Milwaukee River is, which is over to the east of there.
Would that be this dotted line here?
Yes, that's correct.
Were there efforts to search, to your knowledge, up and down Pleasant Valley Park?
Yes, to my knowledge, there were. I was not personally a part of those, so.
All right. I'm going to play this clip. It's 21 seconds long. Tell us what we're seeing as you see it.
So you'll see the dark-colored sedan enter the frame here from the north, like I said. It'll pause here just momentarily, and then it'll continue to drive off. And then it'll eventually exit the frame as it continues southbound.
Can you see the unique taillights?
Yes.
All right. So as I play the clip again, the vehicle, does it actually come to a stop even?
Not really a complete stop. It just kind of pauses and then continues driving.
And this is at 1:34 in the morning.
Correct.
Next clip I'm going to play is titled Clip 2, April 2, 2024. And what time is this clip from?
This is going to be from 1:35 a.m., so just shortly after the first clip that we just saw. I believe the exact time on here was 1:35 and 35 seconds. That first clip was 1:34 and 5 seconds.
What do we see here?
So what we'll see here is looking up towards the north again. This is going to be at the intersection of Dousman and Townsend. It just captures a motion clip here briefly where the vehicle is going to be observed doing a U-turn at that intersection. It's initially going west, and you'll see it turn to the south and then angle towards the southeast, towards the home that's going to be on that southeast corner of Dousman and Townsend. So it looks like it's doing a U-turn to turn back around.
All right. Very, very brief clip, right?
Yeah.
I'll play it again. You want to use the handheld mic and point out what you're talking about? Because I know it's a little hard to see. I can
Sure.
zoom in as well.
Yep.
Do you see the car now?
Yes. So it'll be right up here, like I said, at the intersection of Townsend and Dousman, facing west initially.
I'll play it.
And then as you observe the headlights, you'll see them point towards us briefly, and then they continue to move back and then point towards the southeast. And you can see the reflection as it's pointing towards the house over there as well. So it's consistent with a vehicle that's doing a U-turn at that intersection to turn back around and go the other direction which it came from.
What intersection is this, if you could point at the map?
They'll be right here, Townsend and Dousman.
I have nothing else.
Cross?
No.
Thank you. State your next witness.
Detective, I'm going to recall Detective Pushnig.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
If you can please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record.
First name Jake, J-A-K-E. Last name is Pushnig, P-U-S-C-H-N-I-G.
Detective Pushnig, did you assist in an additional manner in this investigation by trying to locate poll camera from the route that Sade Robinson's car was believed to be traveling?
Yes.
Can you tell us where you tried to get poll camera footage from and why you chose that location, or why that location was of interest to you?
I was in communication with Special Agent FBI of the FBI, George Reinhardt, who advised me that Sade Robinson's cell phone was in the area of 27th and Capitol at around 2:06 a.m. And later on, a couple minutes later, it was in that area too.
I have 443 up next to you. It's a map. I haven't touched it yet from the last witness, but I want you to tell us where Capitol is in relation to this. And if you need to get up and use the mic, please do so.
So, Capitol.
I think it's off. Sorry.
So Capitol is up. So this is Humboldt right here. Keefe is right there, so Capitol is northbound. This is looking northbound, so Capitol is northbound.
Where is it? Is it on the screen?
It is right there.
All right, this gray street going east-west here.
Yes.
I'm gonna zoom out slightly. And then where's 27th?
27th Street is going to be right there.
Okay. What time frame again were you interested in?
Around 2:06 a.m. and around 2:16 a.m.
I'm gonna pull up exhibit 227 here. It's a disc. You had prior knowledge that there's a pole camera on 27th and Capitol?
Yes,
Is that why you sought this particular camera footage out?
that is correct.
Pulling up the only video that's on exhibit 227. Let me get out of the zoom. Okay, detective, orient us, please.
So this is the pole cam on 27th and Capitol. If you look at the top right corner of the pole cam, that is the Clark gas station. If you're looking directly over here, that is going to be eastbound on Capitol. And if you look this direction is going to be southbound on Capitol.
On 27th.
Oh, sorry, on 27th.
What time frame is this video from?
This time frame is from approximately 1:59 seconds to approximately 2:30 a.m.
Okay, so right before 2 a.m. to 2:30 a.m. on what date?
On the April 2nd.
Move 227 in.
Any objection?
No.
227 is received.
And what time were you of the belief that Sade's phone was putting her around this intersection?
Around 2:06 a.m. and around 2:16 a.m.
So that would be 6 minutes into this video?
That is correct.
Try that again. I'll go 5 minutes, 30 seconds into the video. And when you reviewed this, did you in fact see what appears to be her vehicle at that time?
Yes, it's consistent with her vehicle.
Where are we going to want to be looking?
The first clip, you want to look eastbound, so the vehicle is going to be traveling westbound over in this general area.
Towards the camera.
Towards the camera, yes.
Okay. Playing at 5 minutes, 30 seconds. You see it?
Yes.
Point it out, please.
It's this vehicle right there. That's all foggy.
What's all foggy?
The windshield.
Okay. I'll back it up 10 seconds. It's at 6:04, so I'm going to 5:54. It's off screen.
It's off screen now, yes.
Paused it at 6 minutes, 7 seconds. The way it was driving, it continued in what direction?
It continued westbound.
And then you became aware that the phone put her near this intersection at a different time, right?
Correct.
How long after this?
Approximately 10 minutes later.
I'm gonna cue this video up to 16 minutes and 35 seconds. Now what are we gonna see, detective?
You are going to see the Honda Civic now traveling eastbound on Capitol, coming from this direction.
If you're going eastbound on Capitol Drive from 27th Street here, would you eventually hit a freeway?
Yes,
What freeway?
it would be I-43.
Playing at 1635 to about 1703. Tell us when you see it.
Right there.
All right?
And I know that that's a Honda Civic because it has the unique tail lights that look like a C and a backward C.
Paused at 1650. I'll take it up to 1703. It just continues east?
Yes.
Okay, let's back it up. At 16 minutes, 44 seconds, are you able to notice anything about the windows here? Let me zoom in first.
Yes, they also look foggy.
Nothing else?
Ross?
Isn't it true that weather conditions contribute to foggy windows?
Yes.
Okay, that's all.
Anything else, State?
No, thank you.
Thank you. State your next witness.
Detective Todd Rosenstein.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
So please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Todd Rosenstein. That's Toddrosenstein.
Good morning. Are you a detective?
Yes, I am.
With who?
With Milwaukee County.
The sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
25 years.
Did you assist last April 2024, that is, in an attempt to recover or review video related to the disappearance of Sade Robinson?
Yes.
Did you review videos in the area of Interstate 94 near College Avenue as well as the airport?
Yes, I did.
And you were looking for what?
We were looking for Sade's vehicle to pass certain cameras or certain points.
And what time frame were you focused on in that part of town?
I believe the time frame we were looking for was like 2:38 a.m. on the 2nd, and then like between 2:30, 2:50-ish in the morning.
Why were those times of interest to you?
Because of cellular phone downloads and Life 360.
Phone records and Life 360?
Correct.
What about those records?
They were in the area at the time, those times in the morning.
So if I understand you correctly, it's that those records suggested her phone was in those areas, so you were trying to see if her car was there?
Correct.
I have 443 up on the map here. I'll zoom out. Do you recognize this, first of all?
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
It's a overview of where the airport is, south side of town, College Avenue, the freeway.
What am I circling here?
That's the Milwaukee airport.
And the street that I'm running my mouse along here?
That would be College Avenue.
So College Avenue is the street that borders the airport to the south?
It is.
Okay, and then what's this right here?
That would be Interstate 94, 4194, both north and southbound.
And if I zoom out from here, downtown Milwaukee is where?
Is where you're circling with your mouse.
Okay. So you were in this area or reviewing video from this area from around 2:30, after 2:30 a.m.?
Yes.
before 3 a.m.?
Yes.
Were you aware of any times related to Sade's phone being at Warnemont Park?
I believe I was told 2:30. I don't know about the times at Warnemont Park, but looking at this was around 2:38
Would that have been, to your knowledge, before or after being at Warnemont?
before.
On the way to Warnemont?
Correct.
Okay. I have up on the screen, give me 1 second. This is going to be Exhibit 228. It's on a disc. What are we looking at? Do you know what this camera is?
It's the camera, the Wisconsin Traffic Operations Center camera at College Avenue.
And you're familiar with this camera operating system?
Yes,
Is it because the sheriff's office is responsible for patrolling the freeways?
that's exactly it.
Okay. What direction are we facing?
Right now, it's facing northwest, and it's indicated by the NW on the top of the screen.
And what time, date and time?
It is stopped at 2:10:04, and that's 4/2 of 2004, or 24.
So if I advance this video, let's go up to just prior to let's go to right around 2:38 a.m. if I can. Oh, I think I got it. All right, so this is queued up to 2:38 a.m. on April 2nd. Do you see that?
I do.
Is this the video you reviewed?
Yes.
I'd move 228 in.
Any objection?
No.
228's received.
And this ramp right here, what is that ramp?
That's going to be the southbound College Avenue off-ramp from 4194.
What are we gonna see?
We'll see a vehicle that is consistent with Sade Robinson's vehicle.
Exiting? Or
Exiting.
going on the freeway?
It'll be coming towards us, looking to the right is north, so it'll be coming from the right and moving towards the left off screen, or off frame.
So it would be exiting the freeway at College Avenue?
Correct.
All right, and it's in the distance, you can't tell from the video alone what kind of car it is, fair?
Fair.
Okay. Playing at 2:38:02. Do you see it?
I do.
Where?
On the off-ramp.
I paused it at 2:38:24. Is it where I'm circling here?
It is.
Does it appear and it goes off screen to be in sort of the leftmost lanes or the rightmost lanes as the car is traveling?
As it's traveling, it appears to be moving towards the leftmost lanes.
And did you review and yourself recover a video clip from College Avenue?
I did.
Where is that video?
It's going to be the eastbound College Avenue underneath the airport freeway. They have cameras underneath in the tunnel there.
Is that location depicted on the map I have up here?
It will be where it looks almost like a shaded blue box on College Avenue.
Right here, where my mouse is?
Correct.
That's the shade, okay. I have Exhibit 229, that's a disc I'm gonna put in. And did you observe footage showing a vehicle consistent with Ms. Robinson's vehicle?
I did.
Was that video footage from before or after that vehicle exits on College that we just watched?
It was after.
Do you know by approximately how much?
4 to 6 minutes-ish.
I'm going to bring up on Exhibit 229. There's two video clips. I'm gonna start with the one that has east in the title. Very blurry video, right?
It is.
All right. Is this the video showing the tunnel?
It is showing the tunnel, correct.
And can you orient us a little bit? What direction are we looking at?
So you're looking at the eastbound lanes of College Avenue, so it'd be going east through the tunnel, and the camera is faced, slightly faced west on the east end of the tunnel.
So the traffic that we're gonna see on this camera is going to or away from the lake?
It's going to the lake.
Playing it at 5 minutes, 50 seconds, and I want you to tell us when you see what was of significance to you. What do we have there?
It's a white SUV, or a white vehicle moving through in lane number 1.
Not Miss Robinson's car?
No.
Okay. What do we see here?
A vehicle consistent with Miss Robinson's vehicle, passing eastbound through the tunnel.
I've stopped it at 6:23. I'm gonna go to the camera footage that's, the video has the word center in it, and orient us related to the last video here.
So in relationship to the last video, this one's gonna be in the center of the tunnel. This one is affixed, so you're gonna see more of a rear view, and traffic's gonna be going from the left to the right. Also the eastbound lanes of College Avenue going towards the lake.
Playing at 6:50, or excuse me, 5:50.
That's the white SUV that came through on the other camera.
What are we seeing there?
A vehicle consistent with Ms. Robinson's vehicle.
Okay. Going east?
Correct.
And you said this, how long would this have been in relation to that car getting off at College Avenue?
I think it's approximately 4 to 6 minutes, depending on, like, once it leaves the screen at 2:38 on the other camera, be about 4 to 6 minutes to get here.
The way that that vehicle exited the camera frame eastbound, would that, pull up 443 here, zoom out a little bit. How would you get to Warnemont Park once you're off that camera?
You would continue to go eastbound on College.
Can you actually use the mic and show us what the most logical route is? There's a handheld mic, I think, next to you. You can point it out on the screen.
So getting off the interstate, you'd be coming through here. This would be the tunnel. And then you'd continue to go eastbound on College and then come around onto the street right here, and then you can turn into Warnemont Park.
And that street, it says right here, 32nd Division Memorial Highway.
Right.
And then where's Warnemont Park?
It's going to be right here.
Nothing else.
Cross?
No.
Thank you.
Did I move 229 in? I think I did, but if I didn't, I would.
If you didn't, we don't object.
229 is received at this point. State your next witness.
Deputy Sexton, Maxwell Sexton.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Deputy Maxwell Sexton, Maxwell. Sexton.
Are you a deputy with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
I am.
How long have you worked in that capacity?
It'll be 9 years in August.
Did you participate in the investigation of the disappearance of Sade Robinson?
I did.
Was one of the roles you played in that investigation to look for video in a certain part of the county?
That's correct.
What part of the county?
Between College Avenue and on Lake Drive, all the way to about Botsford, all the way to Warnemont Park.
I have Exhibit 443 on the screen next to you. Is the general area you're describing depicted on this?
It is.
Could you use that handheld mic and point out the areas that you were responsible for, well, not responsible for, but that you tried to get video from?
Okay. So College Avenue is right here. So we have College Avenue right here. So Lake Drive, we're looking. So this would be Lake Drive. So from College Avenue all the way to Warnemont Park.
All right, and
So up
Lake
here.
Drive is also called something else, right?
Yep, 32, Highway 32.
The 32nd Division Memorial Highway?
Correct.
What kind of buildings or structures are along that stretch?
So there's houses there. There's Cudahy's police department's there, the office, the high school. There's churches, and yeah, a couple of residences as well. And a hospital.
Okay, and a hospital, okay.
Yes.
So this area of College Avenue, let's say we're talking all the way over to the freeway, I-94, 43 there. Is it 43 or 41?
41.
Over College Avenue, over to the lake, and the area you just described, is that all in Milwaukee County?
It is.
Is that all in the city of Cudahy?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Correct.
What hospital is over there?
St. Luke's South Shore.
As you went up, that would be South Lake Drive, what blocks did you cover?
I believe it was from College to all the way to the park, but it was from South Shore. You see Henry all the way to Ramsey.
Did you notice any houses that had appeared to have cameras on them?
I don't recall any houses over there that had cameras on them. There was one house near Layton, but he wasn't there when I was.
Let me ask you this, were you able to get any video footage from any residences around that area?
Just one person, and the timestamp was off, so.
All right, and then was there anywhere else that you got video from?
St. Luke's,
Okay.
South Shore.
Was that the only video you retrieved that was of note to you?
Yes.
And what did that video depict in summary?
So the time frame that I was looking at was between 2:45 and 2:55, and what it depicts at 2:51, dark colored sedan matching Miss Robinson's vehicle passing South Shore, heading from the south to the north towards Warnemont Park.
Can you point out on the map exactly what you're talking about?
Yes. Okay, so can we zoom in a little bit?
Sure. So if you see where it says Aurora St. Luke's South Shore here?
Yep, there we go.
And College Avenue here?
So the cameras that South Shore has, it faces south and north. So it catches Henry Avenue here. You see a vehicle at 2:51 past Henry Avenue heading towards Watermont Park. And then you see that another camera that's facing going northbound passing Ramsey. So you know that vehicle went from Henry Avenue past Ramsey Avenue.
Okay, on Lake Drive.
Correct.
Not coming off of Henry, but coming up Lake Drive?
Correct.
Okay, so it wasn't driving on Henry?
It was not, didn't make a turn from Henry. It was coming from the south going north.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 230. It is a disc. Let me pull it up here. I'm going to pull up the clip that begins with the title Exterior East Roof. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Is this the video you recovered from St. Luke's South Shore?
This is.
What are we looking at? What's the street here?
So this is, right here is Lake Drive. What you're looking at here is Lake Drive. This would be Henry Avenue.
And where would College Avenue be?
College Avenue would be more south, so it'd be that direction.
What's the date and time stamp on this?
April 2nd, 2024 at 2:51:24.
Move 230 in.
Any objection?
No.
230 is received.
I'm going to play this clip. It's 24 seconds long. And tell us what you noticed and if you could point it out as it's happening.
So you notice headlights coming into frame. So you see a vehicle that's that's heading northbound on Lake Drive.
I'll start it over since it skipped.
All right, and then you can see that it's a dark-colored four-door sedan.
Next clip is going to be exterior east south side. I'm going to play it from 6 minutes, 14 seconds.
So again, you see headlights starting to come into frame. That's why you know it's not coming from Henry Avenue, it's coming more south. Crosses Henry. And you can see it's another dark color. It's a dark colored sedan, as from the first video.
A vehicle getting to Warnemont Park, what direction would it be traveling?
It would have to go north on Lake Drive from this view.
And what direction was that car going?
That car was going north.
In the direction of Warnemont.
Correct.
Nothing else.
Cross?
No.
Thank you. State your next witness.
Detective Andrew Sullivan.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? If you can please be seated, restate and respell your name for the record.
Andrew Sullivan, AndrewSullivan.
All right, you had previously testified in this trial, correct?
Yes,
One of your roles in this investigation was to search for video near the area of Warnemont Park, is that right?
correct.
And can you tell us what areas you searched and what time frames you were searching for?
I was able to retrieve video from 4531 South Lake Drive from 4:35 in the morning of April 2nd.
I have 443, Exhibit 443 on the map, or on the screen next to you. Are you able to orient us as to where this video was recovered from that we're going to talk about?
It should be South Lake Drive and East Armour Avenue.
All right. So I have it up. You see where I'm circling Armour?
Yes,
All right. And is this Lake Drive where my mouse is now?
correct.
So this would be near what park?
Sheridan,
And then right to the south of Sheridan Park is what park?
Warnemont.
And why were you looking around the area, or excuse me, around the time frame from 4:35 a.m.?
Through the course of the investigation, it was learned that Sade's cell phone data was in that area,
Going in what direction?
northbound on South Lake Drive,
So towards or away from Warnemont Park?
away,
And to be clear, we're talking about what day?
April 2nd.
I have Exhibit 231, which is a flash drive in the computer right now.
235, you said?
231.
Oh, 231, thank you.
Do you know whether this date and time stamp on this was accurate?
The home surveillance footage was 23 minutes ahead of real time.
Okay. I'm gonna pull up camera one. The building that this is, what kind of building is it?
It's a single-family residence.
What are we looking at?
That would be the front of 4531 South Lake Drive. And then it faces eastbound, so it captures north and southbound traffic on South Lake Drive.
This street in front of the camera is Lake Drive?
Correct.
The person who lives at this address, he's got quite a bit of lawn art, right?
Correct.
Okay. Which direction would be towards Warnemont Park? You can get up and use the microphone if you have to. There should be a handheld one there. I think it's off.
This way is going southbound, and then that should be going northbound.
So what are we gonna see here? You can have a seat.
You're gonna see a dark-colored sedan coming from the south, going north on Lake Drive.
I have the video queued up to 1 minute in. Can you tell us what the date and time stamp on the upper right corner reads?
It reads April 2nd, 2024, and then it says 4:58 and 33 seconds a.m.
But that's inaccurate?
Correct.
So what would be the real time that we're looking at?
It would be 4:35.
I lost the connection on one TV. While that's fixing, how did you figure that out, that the time was off?
I utilized my cell phone. I initially looked at the live stream video to see what the time was. I calculated it on my phone and observed it was 23 minutes ahead of real time. I also utilized my partner, Detective Matthew Vandertie's cell phone, and we were both able to figure out it was 23 minutes ahead of real time.
I'm gonna move 231 in.
Any objection?
No.
231's received.
And what are we gonna see, Detective?
You're gonna see a dark-colored sedan coming northbound on Lake Drive.
Did you think that that sedan belonged to someone in particular?
I believe that was the vehicle in question we were looking for.
Okay. Playing at 1 minute. Is that the vehicle there?
Correct.
And it's traveling in what direction related to Warnemont?
Northbound.
Away from it?
Away from, yes.
At what time?
4:35 a.m.
Nothing else.
Cross?
No.
Thank you. State your next witness.
Detective Joseph Blanchard.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record.
Joseph Blanchard, Joseph, Blanchard, Blanchar.
Detective Blanchard, did you try to assist in tracking Sade Robinson's vehicle on video after it would have departed from Warnemont Park?
I did.
And in what area did you go look for video?
On Howard Avenue, near the Cudahy Police Department.
Why? Why that time, or why that location?
For tracking the movements that the vehicle was taking, we tried to see where it went. I guess the furthest would have been west. Try to track its further movement.
Was there a particular reason you chose that location?
It was a government building. I know that they have cameras in that area, and the vehicle would have had to travel north. That would have been the closest area to the freeway, I believe.
What made you think the vehicle had come to this area, the area of the police department?
There's other videos that we were tracking that it was further. It kept getting further east and then going further west. So I decided to go to that location to see.
Was there phone information?
There also was phone information and GPS, things like that, as far as
Okay.
was tracking that course.
And what time were you looking for video from the St. Francis Police Department?
4:30-ish in the morning, I believe. This timestamp on the video I found was about 4:38 in the morning of the second.
Would this have been after the vehicle left Warnemont Park?
Yes.
On what date again?
The morning of the second, April 2nd.
April 2nd.
Yes.
Were you given access and did you review the St. Francis Police Department video?
I did.
Describe the video system if you can.
The video system was antiquated. It hasn't been updated in the way that it recorded its snapshots to the video. Like normal video would be real time. You could see the numbers going up with time relative where you're looking. The video would only save a second or second and a half at a time. And the cataloging system that it had in its file system was very not precise. So we had to look through pieces at a time, basically 1 second videos for whatever, an hour, half an hour, 45 minutes, what we're looking at. So it wasn't it was video, but it was just coded differently, if I'm speaking in.
As a result of the condition of the video system, were you able to collect motion video, or did you just do something else?
I did something else.
Okay, did you decide to take screenshots?
I did. That was the clearest option for this video system.
I want you to look at 443 on the screen right now, and if you can stand up and let us know where the St. Francis Police Department is on this map in relation to Warnemont Park. Okay. There's a microphone, a handheld one next to you that you could, nope, on the
there it is. Hello.
shelf. Thank you.
Okay, so Warnemont Park down here for the south end of what we're looking at. And to take the video that we were tracking is north from Warnemont Park on the first available roadway here that goes all the way through, which looks like it's 32 marked on this map. And then it would have taken a westward direction here.
What street is that?
This is Howard Avenue, running east and west.
If you turn west on Howard from Lake Drive there, would you eventually hit a highway?
You would hit a highway, which would be 794.
And where is the police department?
Police department is somewhere in this area. There's like 3 government buildings kind of lined up.
Those are for the municipality of St. Francis?
Yes.
Okay. This is still Milwaukee County, right?
It is.
So those municipal buildings that you're referring to, those are between the highway and Lake Drive?
Yes, they are.
Did you, you can have a seat, thank you. Did you obtain a screenshot of what you believe to be Sade Robinson's vehicle?
I did.
I'm showing you 232. Is this that screenshot?
It is.
Move 232 and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
It's received. Go ahead.
All right, this very grainy screenshot here, what are we looking at, Detective?
It is Sade Robinson's vehicle traveling westbound on Howard, approaching 794 at the west sort of side of the structure on the furthest camera angle.
Did you watch a number of cars pass by this camera on Howard Avenue?
I did.
And were you able to distinguish parts of those vehicles from other parts of this vehicle that made you think that this was Sade Robinson's?
Yes.
Size?
Size, particularly the way the headlights were projecting further down road as they're normally supposed to do, so you can see oncoming traffic and things like that, versus what we see here in this picture and other descriptors on the vehicle.
All right, and you, to be clear, you were able to watch this in a motion video format?
Yes, a rather short segmented things, but it was motion with it, yes.
And what time on April 2nd is this still frame from?
This is 4:38, and I believe 38 seconds on April 2nd.
4:38:38?
Yep.
Nothing else?
Cross?
No.
Thank you. State your next.
Recall Detective Donner.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you can please be seated, restate and respell your name for the record.
Detective Joanne, Joann, Donner, Donner.
All right, Detective Donner, you, at some point you reviewed the bus video footage depicting Mr. Anderson, right?
I did,
How did he get on and pay for the bus?
with cash,
And how did he get the cash?
out of his wallet.
Okay. I'm going to show you 493.
Okay. I don't object to that exhibit.
Have the number one more time.
493.
It's admitted.
Is this an image from that bus video?
It is.
Move 493 and ask to publish it.
Already received and go right ahead.
Thank you. And obviously, you were almost instantly aware that when Mr. Anderson was arrested on April 4th, correct?
Yes,
And you learned that his wallet had been recovered from him?
it was.
I'm showing you what's already in evidence is 453. Did you make an effort to discern whether the wallet, Exhibit 453, had similar characteristics to the one that he entered the bus wearing?
I did.
Why don't you tell the jury what you're talking about, and if you need, would you like to open the wallet? Okay. Do you want gloves?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Explore it further is my point. Okay. Okay, Detective, using Exhibit 493 here on the screen, as well as if you could show the jury what you were able to discover.
I first noted this small dark area, and I determined that it was a label that matches this wallet that was retrieved from Maxwell Anderson.
All right. What part in particular?
It's right here in the lower corner. It has the same one right here.
Okay, thank you. You can bag that back up. And while you're doing that, Detective, you've observed all the video footage from Dukes and Twisted Fisherman. Is that a fair statement?
It is.
Mr. Anderson's hair, is it different in those videos than it appears to be in Exhibit 493?
Yes.
How so?
His hair is down in this photo, whereas at Duke's and at Twisted Fisherman, he has it pulled back.
Are you good with the wallet?
Yes.
I can take it. All right, and you've been in here the bulk of the day as we've discussed videos of the vehicle travel. Are you able to summarize for this jury the route of travel of the vehicle once it leaves Maxwell Anderson's home?
I am.
All right, I'm going to show you 490 and 491 and 492, which are maps. These all maps you printed off.
That is correct.
Okay, move 490 through 492 in.
It's fine.
Did you say, I thought you said 491 and 492, is it 490?
90, 91, and 92.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
They're received.
And if you can, Detective, I guess the easiest way to do this would be to have you draw on it, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Can the witness come and use the Elmo?
Sure.
All
Do you need a Sharpie?
I
Do you
have
have
one.
one? Okay.
I have a black Sharpie and a red Sharpie, whatever might be better visually. Let's go red.
So this is Mr. Anderson's residence right here. We can track her vehicle going east or west on Euclid, north on 43rd. Based on the records, we believe it went then down Forest Home to 35th Street. From there, they went north and presumably got on the freeway, since the next time that we see the vehicle, it's then exiting at McKinley. Sorry, it's just right up here. Oh, I'm sorry. So eastbound on 94, then north on 43, where it exits at 145 onto McKinley.
All right, I'm gonna stop you there. Just to be clear, we don't have video of the vehicle on I-94, right?
That is correct. It's just the most logical route.
Was that video beyond retention period when you figured this out?
That is correct.
Okay. There's an entrance from 35th Street onto Interstate 94. Is there one?
There is.
And you indicated the next time after 35th Street that it's on vehicle video is where?
After it exits at 145,
Point to that, please.
that would be right here.
And is that where the license plate reader camera captures her plate?
That's correct.
All right, why don't you continue from there?
So after it exits 145, continues down downtown, up onto Commerce, which is where it passes Lakefront Brewery, presumably to Humboldt, because again, where it's seen next is up in this area, and that's that North Dousman.
Do you recall what time that Dousman video was?
Sorry, not off the top of my head.
Okay. The timestamp of the plate reader camera, do you remember which that one was?
Yes, approximately 1 a.m.
All right.
From this area, we believe that it then went up to Capitol, went west, where it was captured here.
What street is that?
That is Capitol and 27th Street. It then proceeds further to approximately just past, I believe it was the 145 Fond du Lac Avenue.
But we don't have, you didn't find video of that?
Correct.
What are you basing that on?
That's based off his cell phone records in Life 360.
Then where is it on video next?
It comes back going eastbound and captured again on 27th and Capitol.
After that?
From there, again, this is speculation, just using cell phone records in Life 360. According to those records, it travels along 43, going southbound through downtown Milwaukee. And I'm sorry, I don't have these connected up very well. So from downtown Milwaukee, and here it goes for a while going west, where it then stops and turns back around. We weren't able to determine exactly where the phone turned back around.
Were you able to get freeway video from those locations?
No, the freeway video was past the retention date.
Okay, then when's the next time we get it?
It goes back eastbound and then follows southbound 94, where it exits at College. And that's where we have that video right there. That was at approximately 2:38 a.m.
2:38?
Yes.
Okay, then what? When do we get it next on camera?
Then it goes eastbound till it gets to this location. That's where that airport tunnel is. And that's approximately 6 minutes later. From there, continues eastbound, making the turn to go north, where we then see the vehicle again on camera at St. Luke's in this area.
That was at what time?
2:51.
And from the way back last week, when we were looking at the videos from Warnemont Park, what time does it enter Warnemont Park?
I believe that was at 2:53, if I recall correctly.
All right.
Oops, I'm sorry, I turned too quick, right up there.
So where you drew that last circle, 2:51, and then Warnemont, 2:53.
That's correct, right
Okay.
there.
From there, when is the next time we get the vehicle on camera after departing Warnemont Park? And what time does it depart Warnemont Park?
It's at 4:34, I believe it was. It then takes this route, where it is again spotted on camera on Layton and Armour.
That was the house with all the lawn stuff?
That is correct.
Okay.
Continues north up to Howard, where it then goes west. Here's the St. Francis video, and this is where we lost her phone. It died.
And the TV turned off right then as well, so.
Of course.
All right, it's back on. So based on the phone records, the last place you were able to track the phone to was approximately where?
794 and Howard Avenue.
And then are you aware of where Detective Braunreiter found the vehicle on North 27th Street and Wisconsin or Wells?
I am.
What time was that at?
That was approximately 10 minutes later.
I want to go back to one other map here. I've got 491 on the screen here. When the vehicle is on camera, it passing the plate reader here, and then it goes up Commerce Street, and you're aware that Miss Robinson's residence, her apartment building was on Commerce, right?
Yes.
Through your review of the videos, both from Lakefront Brewery as well as from her apartment, does her car ever stop back at her residence?
It does not.
And from your review of those Life 360 records, does it appear that she makes a stop on, that her phone makes a stop on Commerce Street?
No, it does not.
Nothing else?
Cross.
You would agree, good morning again.
Morning.
You would agree that some of this is based on assumptions that you're drawing, right?
Based on the cell phone records and the Life 360 routing.
But also based on some assumptions that you make, right?
Correct.
Like when you say, for example, we think it took this freeway, that's an assumption, right?
Again, based on the cell phone and Life 360 records.
Because you're trying to piece it together is what you're saying.
The Life 360 uses GPS and it's pretty accurate at dotting the route and it follows along those freeways.
Okay, well then, why didn't we just rely on that data? Why even bother and go pull camera footage?
Just to verify that her vehicle and her cell phone were together.
Got it. And when we say her vehicle, obviously you've sat through and watched all these tapes. We can't see who's driving her vehicle.
Correct.
So the car, when the Civic leaves Max's home, the Civic goes in a direct route to Sade's Commerce Street that she lives on, fair to say?
Yes,
From point A to point B.
yes.
Is there any, was Sade's ID card found in Max's residence?
It was not.
Is there any, this was a first date, wasn't it?
Yes,
No evidence from anything you looked at that Max had ever been to her apartment?
correct,
Because there's footage from that apartment and interviews that were done of people who work there, right?
correct.
There's no evidence at all that Max had ever been there,
Yeah, none.
or even that he knew where she lived.
I don't have any evidence that he knew where she lived.
Okay. Now, the footage that was ordered pulled from buses, we saw video footage. Is it fair for, I'm sorry, strike that question. Is it fair for me to just call you a lead detective, right? We've
Correct.
sort of established that. When footage was pulled from the bus video of Max going south on 35th Street, right?
Correct.
Was any order put out by you to pull bus footage from earlier that morning heading up towards Lisbon Avenue?
On the same bus route?
Yes.
No,
Was any other Milwaukee County Transit footage obtained other than the one sequence of footage where we have Max going from Lisbon Avenue south on 35th Street? Did any other bus footage get pulled?
other than the footage that was on Lisbon, no.
And finally, we've mentioned this a little bit earlier today, you were the detective who instructed that a comparative height analysis be conducted in this case, right?
Yes,
For the video footage of the yard,
correct,
filming into Max's backyard.
correct.
And you're aware of that based on your order that be done, or your directive that be done, the state crime lab did in fact do that analysis?
No, they did not.
Okay, they didn't do that analysis?
No, they did not.
Should I mark this? Where are we at for exhibit? Celeste, can you tell me where we are at for an exhibit?
820. No problem.
I'm just showing you exhibit 820 and just ask if you've seen this before.
Yes, I have.
Okay, and that is, what is that?
It is a report from the crime lab regarding the video that was submitted.
And that's directed, sent to you? Or
Yes.
Danita Ball?
Right, in care of me. It comes to me.
Danita Ball being the head sheriff and you being a detective, obviously. And then, would you agree with me that on exhibit 820, this is a report from the state crime lab, correct?
Correct,
In that there's 4 video files and 1 JPEG file. The videos were copied and the analysis was completed.
yes,
And that these, the footage is even from a channel 5 with the descriptions of video that we had watched yesterday from 3166 39th Street, right?
correct,
And the summary of conclusions is that there is a figure going through an open area, but one can't determine what or who this figure is. Would you agree with that?
yes, that's correct.
That is the conclusion.
Yes, that's what it states.
So when you said that the analysis wasn't done, what you meant was they were not able to make any determinations, right?
No, the height analysis was not done.
Okay. Well, what type of analysis was that?
They attempted to clear up the video image a bit more, and they were not able to.
So in other words, the crime lab wasn't able to make the footage any clearer.
Correct,
They concluded that this is the crime lab concluded, one can't determine what or who the figure is.
correct,
Enhancements were made to the video, but it's still, despite those enhancements, no conclusion.
that's correct.
And because of that, they couldn't do a comparative height analysis.
No, they do not do height analysis.
Oh, so you asked them to do something they don't do.
Correct,
Does the FBI, why did you ask them to do something they don't do?
I didn't know that they didn't.
Did you seek FBI assistance for that?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I did not, obviously, you guys have the report. I did not get that information until late October, and that would not be enough turnaround time.
October 16th.
I actually didn't get that until, like, I think it was after October 21st is the date that it was reviewed and signed.
Yes, October 21st, and now we're out in June, or trial started in May.
Right, but initially, with the initial trial date, there was not enough turnaround time
And then when
for
the tri-
that. And quite frankly, it slipped my mind to even consider sending it to a different lab to try to analyze.
That part slipped your mind.
Yes,
That
that's what I
part.
said.
Move Exhibit 820.
Any objection?
No.
820 is received.
I spoke for Ian.
No objection. So if there was a suggestion earlier that you didn't try to get the height analysis done, that would be incorrect, right?
That would be incorrect.
You tried to get that video footage from 3166 clarified, and they just couldn't do it.
Correct.
Okay. So, you had indicated, I think, in your cross-examination that you were looking to see, the reason you didn't just rely on Life 360 and the phones is because you were looking to see if the vehicle and the cell phone were traveling together throughout Milwaukee County overnight that night, right?
That's correct.
And what did you find?
I found that it was.
Okay. And, you had been asked of whether you had recovered evidence that Mr. Anderson was aware of Ms. Robinson's apartment, right?
Yes.
But you are aware that they were hanging out, talking at Twisted Fisherman and Duke's on Water all night, right?
Yes, they could have easily talked about it.
Nothing else.
Defense?
Sure, could have, would have, should have, but we don't know that they did.
Correct.
Okay, that's all. Because one of the people in those conversations is no longer with us, right?
Correct.
Nothing else.
Well, that's one reason. Another reason is there's no evidence that they talked about it.
Because she's dead, and I can't ask her.
Okay.
State?
Nothing.
Thank you, Detective Donner. State, do you have a quick witness?
I do, actually.
Awesome.
Brian Morgan.
If you wanna call back.
Over here.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
If you can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
It's Detective Brian, B-R-I-A-N, Morgan, M-O-R-G-A-N.
You're a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office,
I am.
and how long have you worked in that capacity?
With the Sheriff's Office for 23 years and as an investigator for the better part of 14.
Last year, 2024, were you involved in attempting to obtain a DNA sample of a family member of Sade Robinson's?
I was.
And what was the purpose of trying to get that DNA sample?
There was a missing person that was entered into the system about the same time as human remains were found. And there was enough of a match where we thought it's potentially the same person. So we wanted to get familial DNA so we can compare for identification purposes.
Who did you get that DNA swab from?
From the victim's mother, Sheena Scarborough.
Can you spell it for the record?
I cannot.
Okay, I will. It's S-H-E-E-N-A S-C-A-R-B-R-O-U-G-H. I'm going to show you Exhibit 494. Is that the DNA swab that you obtained from Sade Robinson's mother?
It is.
Move 494 in.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Received.
were you also involved in transporting swabs, DNA swabs obtained during autopsy from the various body parts recovered and examined by Dr. Decker to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab for DNA analysis?
I was.
Nothing else.
Ross? Thank you.
Thank you.
Another short one by chance?
No, I do not have another short one.
Okay, it's 11:50. It's probably a good time to break for lunch then. Okay, remember your admonitions. Keep that all in mind. Put this case out of your mind till you come back this afternoon. This afternoon, we can kick up at 1:30. Right, Celeste? Or do 1:45? 1:30. So we'll do 1:30 this afternoon, okay? So have a lovely lunch. Leave your notebooks on your chair, and we'll see you back at 1:30. Thanks, everybody.
State of Wisconsin versus Maxwell Anderson, case 24, CF1692, appearances.
Ian Vance Curzan appears for the state. Megan Newport appears for the state. And joining us is Detective Joanne Donner.
Good afternoon, Anthony Cotton and Jason Finley with Max Anderson.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you had a lovely lunch. We are still on the state's case in chief. State, no idea what that was. State, are you prepared to call your next witness?
Yes, Special Agent George Reinerth.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
It is George Reinerth, R-I-E-N-E-R-T-H.
How are you employed?
I'm currently a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been with the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
Approximately 10 and a half years.
What's your current assignment?
I am a special agent based here in Milwaukee.
What is CAST?
CAST stands for the Cellular Analysis Survey Team. It's a group of approximately 100 special agents and task force officers within the FBI that have received extensive and continued training and experience in analyzing cell phone cellular records, as well as other location records.
And how do you become a member of CAST?
For me, it was approximately three and a half years. It's multiple internal and external courses, teachings from both academia, including the Florida Institute of Technology, as well as instruction from the cell phone providers themselves. So
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So for example, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, and then US Cellular here in Wisconsin.
Have you done something called cell site analysis in the past?
I do it on a daily basis.
Can you tell the jury what the cell site analysis is?
Yes, cell site analysis are taking records that are generated from your cell phone as it interacts with the network. All those interactions are recorded by the provider and then able to be analyzed. And they include information such as dates, times, numbers, and locations of where that device is. So when locations throughout the US, Wisconsin, wherever it may be, and then it's visually depicting that on a map at a time or around a period of time.
Have you used in the past historical records to locate fugitives or missing persons?
I have.
And
Just a minute, we're gonna address this noise so it doesn't distract people.
this one is off, so.
It's the, I think it's the hearing device out in the gallery is what
This
where I
is
think
off.
it's coming from. There's an amplifier in the gallery. Yeah? Okay, please continue, sorry for that.
No problem.
All right. Have you given trainings in historical cell site analysis before?
I have, and I am an adjunct faculty member in this field within the FBI.
And have you been qualified and testified as an expert in this field before, the field of cell site analysis?
I have.
How many times?
Just over 50 times across approximately 7 states and 22 different state and federal courts.
All right, related to the historical cell site analysis, can you just discuss with the jury or explain to the jury how a cell phone works and communicates with the cellular network?
Yes, your cell phone is basically a modern day two-way radio. So as you, for example, want to call your sister in California, and we're here in Milwaukee, you dial those numbers on your phone connects with a cellular tower, and that cellular tower facilitates that call. That information is all recorded. So it would be the number for your sister, it would be the date, time that occurred, and then the cell tower and the side of the cell tower that actually facilitated that interaction so you could talk to your sister.
And what records are maintained and then subsequently can be provided to you related to that activity?
So just sticking with that specific activity, it would be the date, the time, the number you dialed, the unique identifier for that cell tower. Every cell tower across the providers. Each has their own unique number. And then the side of that tower that was used.
And are you able to tell who is exactly using the phone based on those records when a voice or a text message is done? Voice call or text message?
I cannot.
Okay. Are you able to provide an exact location based on your analysis with just the data that's provided to you?
I cannot.
Why do phone companies keep the records that you've explained that you're analyzing?
For the main purpose of billing as well as managing and optimizing their network.
I want to talk about timing advance and data records. Are there records kept by the phone companies that may show an approximate phone's location without necessarily a voice call or a text message happening?
There are.
What are those records called?
So they can be called timing advance, or there's also data session records or data records from the cell phone companies.
The data records, are you able to, from the records alone, able to see what is actually being done on the device, such as what website is being viewed or social media app loaded? Are you able to tell that from those records?
I cannot, and just to explain a little bit, so when I talked about calling your sister, as your phone would just be sitting on your desk or sitting at home or work, wherever you may be, there's all the apps and everything else that's going on in your phone in the background, just talking to the network, that's captured on the data side of the records. So it's not necessarily user-generated activity, but things that could be going on in the background. But even with that, I still can't say from the records what's actually being done, what apps are visited or anything like that.
So does a user actually have to be doing something on the phone and able to generate a data record?
They do not.
My phone could, like you said, just be sitting on the desk and data records could be generating without even me touching the phone?
Yes.
Okay. With those data records, do you still get time and tower information?
You do. So you're still going to get a date, time, and that unique tower identifier inside of the tower that was used for that.
So in other words, you're able to get that information even if a phone is not being used?
Correct.
Okay. I want to move on to timing advanced records. Can you tell the jury what those records are and the information that it contains?
Yes. So timing advance, the main reason time advance exists is to synchronize and align your phone with the network. As you can imagine, there's a lot of people that have cell phones out there, and everyone's trying to talk to the tower at the same time. Everyone needs to have their individual time slot when they communicate, and that's what timing advance does. It adds one additional piece that the cell phone, for example, when you call your sister, that's not in there, and that provides the distance from the tower your phone is located at that time. So again, not necessarily any user interaction as your phone's just sitting here, but you're getting the date, the time, the tower, the side of the tower, and then the distance that phone is at that time.
How is the distance measurement obtained by the phone companies?
So it's similar to a radar gun. So it's a signal that's sent out from the tower and back. And based off the time that signal takes, a distance is able to be calculated.
Does every cell phone provider call it timing advanced, or are there variances?
There's different names. For example, Verizon calls it RTT, but they're still providing that tower, that time, that sector, and that distance.
So same information regards to distance of the device from the tower?
That is correct.
But again, not able to say exactly where the phone is.
So it will refine the location because, well, just a voice record is going to give me that tower and sector. And with that, I can just identify you're in this area, in this general geographic area. However, when we have the distance, it can refine that. For example, let's say we're in an area where towers are spaced really far apart, and I get a distance measurement of a quarter mile from that tower. That drastically refined that area of where that device is, because it's that approximate quarter mile from the tower versus a lot larger area.
And just to clarify, when we're talking about this, the person, these records, the person who has the phone may not even be using it at all?
Correct. The phone just needs to be powered on and communicating with the network.
Okay. What is the purpose of why timing advanced is used in the cellular network?
The main reason is to manage the phone's communication with the tower. So again, that timing and synchronizing that phone with the network.
So is the network trying to make sure everything is operating correctly?
It needs to be operating correctly and at the right time. Because if everybody tried to communicate with that tower at the same time and all these messages and these requests for service hit, for example, you could have a collision, and then people aren't going to have the standard of service that they expect.
And what, I guess you're kind of getting into it there, why are the phone companies keeping this information, or how do they use it?
So the timing events they're using a lot for managing, evaluating, and troubleshooting the network. So the engineers may use that to actually dive into an area. Let's say, for example, a customer calls and says, I keep dropping calls. The engineers could go and look at that tower and get more details about what's occurring on that tower to troubleshoot, manage, and improve that area for potential service.
How does the distance from the tower measurement help you when you're forming your opinions?
As I mentioned a little bit before, it's really for the purpose of refining my conclusion as to where that device is. So when we're asked to analyze these records, we're providing the visual depictions of that data to identify where it is, and that distance allows me to refine that conclusion as to where that phone is at that specific time.
So would it be fair to say that you could potentially identify a lot smaller geographic area that the phone could be in based on these records?
That is correct.
Let's go back to looking for, say, a missing person. If you were looking for a missing person or needed to locate someone imminently, would these be the types of records you would want to use?
They would.
And why?
Because it goes to giving me that most specific location of where that phone is. And a lot of times, if a phone might be in the area for a period of time, you don't just have one distance, you get multiple distances that start intersecting. And those intersecting distances, again, further refine that conclusion to potentially take it down to, let's say a half block or even smaller, depending on what you have.
Have you used records like these before this case for that purpose?
I have.
Okay. And were these the kind of records that you primarily used for this case?
Yes, both the timing events as well as the data records.
So you're talking about cell phone records. We were talking about cell phone records here. Were you provided other location information records?
I was giving location data from a Life 360 account.
So summarize, what all information were you provided before you did your analysis?
I was provided records for a Verizon cellular phone, an AT&T cellular phone, and then a Life 360 account.
I have Exhibit 285 on the screen next to you, and I'm going to show you the hard copy of it. You can page through it if you need to. And just let me know when you're done.
I'm done.
Do you know what 285 is?
It's the number on the front of this slide.
Do you know what is Exhibit 285?
Oh, I'm sorry. It is my report that I created for this case.
Okay. I'd move 285 in and ask to publish. I'm going to put it on the TV screen in a digital form.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
The information that you just discussed that you used for this case, it's on the front screen there, correct? This is just the title page?
It is.
And specifically, you were looking at which phone numbers and from what networks?
So the first is the Verizon cell phone, 414-510-4769. An AT&T cell phone, 262-416-4874. And then the Life 360 account associated with 414-510-4769.
And that was Sade's Life 360, Sade Robinson's Life 360?
That was the name in the return.
Okay. Oh, that was it from the records. It was Sade.
It was from the records.
All right. And you did this report, this final version on November 19th, 24?
Correct. And the right is just an internal case number for this case.
All right. So we've talked about the types of records that you've used. I want to what conclusions, I want to talk about what conclusions that you can draw from these records. Are you able to see if the phone's location information is consistent with being at those areas around the times that you're asked to look at?
Yes, I can.
And can you use the records to get a sense, in a sense, create a timeline to show where a phone went at certain periods of time?
I can.
Or over a period of time, I guess I should say?
Yeah, so over a period of time, can identify if a phone was in a similar area for that time or if there was movement and where that movement was.
And were you able to use this information to determine whether multiple different devices were consistent with being in the same location as one another at certain times?
I was.
Were you able to identify whether the phone records were consistent with the phone being in a single area for an extended period of time?
Yes.
Or moving from one area to the next?
That too.
And while you can't give an exact location of the phone, which you've already testified to, are you able to get information that shows the location consistent with where that phone might be?
Yes, in addition to these phone numbers, I'm given locations as well in dates and times. So I can identify if records are consistent with being in the area of one of those locations that I'm asked to look at.
Again, you can't say who is using the individual devices at these specific times based on the records alone, right?
I cannot.
Okay. I should have probably asked this before, but is it safe to assume that in order for you to even get these records, the individual phone has to be on and functioning at the time?
Yes, the phone needs to be powered on and communicating with the network to generate these records.
Are you able to then determine from these records whether there are times when the phone is not connected to the network?
Yes, based on the data sets that I had here, you can identify when a phone is no longer on the cellular network.
How can that be done using these data?
Both data sets, we've talked about timing advance or the RTT for Verizon. So on the AT&T records, the main way is by looking at the data sessions. Again, as I mentioned, data sessions are always occurring. Your phone is communicating with the network. In those records, if you see the data session stop and there are no data sessions open for an extended period of time, that is consistent with the phone no longer on the network. Similarly then to the Verizon phone, on the RTT or the timing advance where we get the distance measurements, when those records stop and are no longer providing distances, that is then consistent with that phone also no longer being on the network. So analyzing the records, going line by line through the thousands of lines of data that are within there and seeing when there is activity and when there is not.
Could the phone going off the network be caused, for example, by the phone's battery dying?
That could cause it to go off the network and then it would no longer communicate and generate records.
Because the phone turns off?
Because the phone is powered off, there is no power.
But you are not able from these records to tell the reason why a particular phone goes off the network?
I cannot.
Let's say I drove around Milwaukee all over the place and didn't touch my phone throughout doing so. Would there be, and my phone was on, would there be records from the phone company that you could use to identify the approximate movements of my phone?
Objection, speculation.
I think he's laid that foundation already. You can answer it if you're able.
Yes, there would be records for that.
All right, so we've talked about the call detail records, right? And the data and RTT. Is there any other records? Anything else you need to start your analysis?
And the timing advance, which is similar to RTT. It would just be the dates, times, and locations that I'm requested to analyze.
All right, let's go through the PowerPoint here. First of all, when you completed this PowerPoint, did you have somebody peer review your work?
Yes, all of our reports are peer-reviewed by another CAS-certified agent. They take the same raw records, they use a different mapping software, and verify that everything is accurately depicted on the maps that I created.
I'm gonna go to page 2, and for the record, the pages are down here in the lower left-hand corner. So what are we going through? Let's go through this slide by slide.
Yeah, so it's a lot of words. It's the most words that will be on any slide, but it just summarizes a lot that we already talked about. The first is the numbers that I was given and the information and how I was asked to analyze these records. The second just talks about the methodology. So for the phone records, it's taking those cellular records and mapping that up against a tower list. We didn't mention the tower list, but that's a list of where every tower in the entire US is located. So then mapping that and visually depicting that. The last line on paragraph 2 talks about the Life 360 accounts. Those are mainly latitude and longitude coordinates of locations, and they came with varying accuracy readings between approximately 4.7 and 61.1 meters. So that was the information that was overlaid with the cellular records. 2.1 is those cell site locations that I just referenced, so mapping those up against the phone records. And then 3 is just talking about visually depicting that, or 2 and then 3 are talking about visually depicting that on a map and illustrating that.
Next slide, what do we got?
These are just sample cell towers that you'll see out there in the real world. These aren't ones used for this case, but just to illustrate what they may look like. On the right is a pole that, for example, could be out in a rural area, big metal structure with antennas, and you see the antennas mounted on there. Not everything looks like that. Here in downtown Milwaukee, you may see antennas on top of buildings, inside steeples, any crevice that may be out there, or they could, for example, be hidden in a flagpole or any other structure.
Slide 4.
When I talked about not only the tower, but the side of the tower, the side's referred to as a sector. So every tower generally has 3 sectors or sides. Not every sector or tower is, not every tower is oriented this way, but every sector generally covers 120 degrees. So for example, if this tower was used and you use this tower, sector 1, you'd be using a sector that provided coverage north of that tower. So using that direction that the primary signal is being sent out from that tower helps me identify and draw my conclusions as to where that phone is. As I show this here in terms of 3 sectors, not every tower has 3 sectors. There are antennas that may be called omnidirectional, which means they have 1 sector that provides 360 degrees of coverage.
Okay. Slide 5, this is about the RTT and timing advance that we discussed?
Yes, this is just illustrating what that's going to look like on the map. So in addition to the tower and the side of the tower, the sector, that distance. So that black dotted line that you see right there, that would be the distance for that record. You then see that arc that is drawn to illustrate that record and that measurement of where the phone was at that time.
Okay, so, and then obviously when we're looking at the maps, you're not gonna have the image of a tower like you have here, but this sort of pie piece here will come to a point when we're looking at the maps at the location of the actual cell tower itself, correct?
Correct.
This shaded area that I'm circling with my mouse here is not meant in any way to suggest that the phone is within that shaded area, right?
No, that shaded area is just kind of closing out that, referred to as a wedge, just so you can see it on the map and understand kind of where those sector arms are.
The RTT timing advanced information, the distance from the phone, from the tower is demonstrated by the arc, is what you're saying?
That is correct.
Let's go to slide 6.
This is just an example of the slide illustrations that you will see. All the records are going to have information about that interaction, which is on the top. So for example, on the left, there'll be information regarding the unique cell number. So in this case, it's 509061 and 306753. That one was an omnidirectional tower, which is why you see that 360. And then there's going to be the times of those interactions that are depicted on the map. They will be color-coded. So the AT&T phone is going to be blue, and the Verizon phone will be red. And then on the right, for any Life 360 records, it's going to be denoted by a box with a green time. So that's taking the time from the Excel sheet with the coordinates and then displaying that. What that looks like beneath, starting on the left, that's similar to that RTT example you saw on the prior slide, just what it's going to look like. So as council had just mentioned about how you're not going to see the tower, that's an image you will see. And then on the right, for a data record, for example, you're just going to see that tower and sector because there is no distance inherently in that data record.
Okay. Slide 7.
This is an overview of the Verizon network throughout the kind of greater Milwaukee area that's shown here. And on the right are all the locations that I was provided when I was asked to do the analysis. So it included the pizza shuttle, which is the purple P, located at 1827 North Farwell Avenue in Milwaukee.
Where I'm circling?
That is correct.
Okay.
The Twisted Fisherman with the yellow and the T, 1200 West Canal Street, also in Milwaukee. Maxwell Anderson's residence with the red R at 3161 South 39th Street in Milwaukee. Duke's on Water with the blue D at 158 East Juneau Avenue in Milwaukee. And then a location of a leg. I was given exact latitude, longitude coordinates, which are pinpointed down there with the orange box.
All of the locations you just discussed are in Milwaukee County, Wisconsin?
They are.
All right. You can continue.
And then just the red dots are just all the different Verizon antennas throughout this area.
A lot more Verizon antennas in the downtown area than, say, over where I'm circling now, right?
Yes, generally speaking, you're going to have a higher concentration of antennas in the downtown urban environment. And as you get outside from that urban environment into more rural areas, as you kind of see here going down towards St. Francis, or even larger, if you were to drive west towards Waukesha, they're going to be less dense and more spaced out.
Next slide is slide 8.
The exact same location information, but this time for the AT&T network. And those blue dots are the AT&T antennas in this area.
And no additional pin drops, that same locations that we're focused on, right?
Same locations.
All right, let's get into what you mapped out. And again, just to start, at the very top here, we've got Sade's phone is going to be depicted by the red markations on the maps, right?
Yes, by the red arcs or circles based on the RTT measurements.
Maxwell Anderson's phone is blue.
That is correct.
And it's serviced by AT&T, right?
Correct.
And then the green dots up here, you have it labeled for Sade's Life 360, right?
That is correct.
Okay, let's go through this, and why don't you take it from, I guess, top to bottom.
Yeah, so top to bottom, we just went over that very top line, but all the substantive slides are going to look like this. The phones or the Life 360 account will be noted on top, and then the date, so April 1st, 2024, and the time of 4:55 p.m. through 5:15 p.m., that's the summary of what's displayed beneath. And then based off of looking at those records, we're able to identify what's happening during that time. So in this case, just starting with Sade's phone, the Verizon phone, it starts up in the area of the pizza shuttle at approximately 4:55 p.m., also with a Life 360 record, and has records consistent with travel down towards the area of the Twisted Fisherman, with records moving over here to the right, beginning around approximately 5:05 p.m.
All right, so the green dots here that are kind of in a line, and then they head west, and then it looks like they head south on 6th Street here. Those are the Life 360 points, and what was the, do you recall the accuracy of those again?
They vary between approximately 4.7 and 61.1 meters.
Would you be able to use the microphone, and I'm gonna, the stand-up one, sorry.
Stand.
Yes, and it's a little harder to see, but tell us what the Verizon.
There's a handheld mic right there. Thank
Yep,
you.
you may have to turn it on. If you could point out the direction of travel for those Life 360 as well as the Verizon records. And just to be clear, before you do that, these black arrows, do you see what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Those are not representative necessarily of the location of the phone, right?
Correct. Both the black arrows as well as the circles with numbers, are merely to illustrate the sequence and direction, general direction of travel. It's not meant to give you an exact route that the device traveled, just to help orient through the slides and see the sequence and directions. So starting up here in 1, going to 2, 3, 4, the green dots continue west, then south to 5, and then west to 6.
And that would look like the phone was in the area of Twisted Fisherman by what time?
The first record in that area depicted here is approximately 5:05 p.m.
And then what is it? It goes to 5:12 p.m. there as well?
Yes, so from approximately 5:05 through 5:12, consistent with being in the area of the Twisted Fisherman.
And if there had been video of Miss Robinson arriving at Twisted Fisherman shortly after 5 p.m., would these records be consistent? Excuse me, I should rephrase that. If Miss Robinson had gone from Pizza Shuttle to Twisted Fisherman in that time frame, would these records be consistent with that movement of her car?
Yes.
Okay. How about Maxwell Anderson's phone?
We start down here with the blue 1. The first time there is approximately 4:57 p.m. And then going in sequence 1, 2, 1 and 2 are both intersecting. So as before I talked about, you may get intersecting arcs, and you see them intersecting right in the area of the residence here towards the top. So 4:57, and then 3, 4, 5, and 6, arriving in the area of the Twisted Fisherman with the first record here at approximately 5:14 p.m.
And then how about this little box in the corner here?
This is just a zoomed-in version of what we have right here, where both the phones and the Live 360 converge, in a sense, in the center of the slide. So zoomed in, you see the arcs from the timing advance and the RTT, as well as the Live 360 pin or locations that were provided. So 5:05, 52, 5:05, 37, and 5:05, 22, all 3 devices consistent with being in the area of the Twisted Fisherman around that time.
And all 3 consistent with traveling from other locations to the Twisted Fisherman between 4:55 and 5:15.
That is correct.
Let's go to slide 10. Take us through this one.
Still the same 3 accounts at the top, moving forward in time, still on April 1st, 2024, but between approximately 5:15 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. You'll see multiple distances off that tower. You'll see multiple arcs for both the Verizon phone over here, and then there's a Live 360 record at the 6:29 p.m., showing that all 3 of these devices have records consistent with remaining in that area during that time.
If there were video of Sade and Mr. Anderson inside the Twisted Fisherman during the 5:15 to 6:30 p.m. hour, would these records be consistent with those videos?
They would.
Slide 11.
Again, same 3 identifiers, now moving forward in time, where we left off before in the area of the Twisted Fisherman, going in sequence, the first blue record here at approximately 6:30, 6:30:01. Then we have a Live 360 record right there as well. Then the Verizon record, 1, 2, 2, 3, and then 3, 4. Again, starting in the area of Twisted Fisherman, consistent with leaving there and heading towards the area of Dukes on Water.
And if there was video of Sade Robinson's car parking on Water Street across the street from Dukes at about 6:33 p.m., would these records be consistent with that?
They would be.
Now, between 6:30 and 9:05, it looks like both phones arrive in the area of Dukes on Water around what time?
The first record depicted for the Verizon phones around 6:36, the AT&T phone around 6:39, and the Verizon phone has records through approximately 9:04, and the AT&T through 8:56 p.m.
And those last times you talked about, they're remaining in the area of Dukes on Water?
Yeah, they're consistent with remaining in that area during
Okay.
that time.
Let's talk about what happens after 9:05 p.m.
Still same identifiers, still April 1st, 2024, moving forward in time from 9:06 through 9:23 p.m. starting where we left off in the area of Dukes on Water. Both cell phones and the Life 360 have records consistent with traveling away from Dukes on Water to the area consistent with Maxwell Anderson's residence during that time.
Are you able to even tell an approximate route they took?
Based off the Life 360, you'd be consistent with taking the freeway south and then going west towards the residence and then north.
Okay. So if there were video of Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson leaving the Dukes on Water around 9:06 p.m. and driving away towards this freeway, would these records be consistent with those videos?
They would be.
And if there was video of Sade Robinson's car arriving in the area of Maxwell Anderson's residence at 9:21 p.m., would these records be consistent with her phone moving to that same area?
It'd be consistent with arriving in that area around that time.
Okay. After 9:23 p.m., I'm going to move to slide 13. What do we see?
This is still the same three accounts. April 1st, we now go into the second because we'll be past midnight, looking from approximately 9:22 p.m. through 12:47 a.m. The various RTT or timing advance measurements for both phones, as you can see here, another illustration of them intersecting in a similar area. Again, refining my conclusion that they're consistent with being in the immediate area of that residence throughout that time listed here. So we have records ranging from beginning about 9:22 for both phones and through approximately 12:46 a.m. for both phones on the cellular side.
After 12:47 a.m., what do we see happening?
Starting with down here, we'll start with the, is there a certain phone you want me to start with?
Let's start with Mr. Anderson's phone.
So we have a cell site down here being used. We had a data record handoff at approximately 12:46:14. And then the last data session runs from approximately 1:30:56 through 1:35:58. So at some point between approximately 1:30 and 1:35, that cell site is used by Mr. Anderson's phone. And then after 1:35:58, it is no longer on the cellular network. And that is why you do not see anything else mapped for the remainder of this time.
Going off the cellular network there, would that be consistent with, say, had the phone died from battery loss?
If it had no battery, then it couldn't communicate with the cellular network, and these records would be consistent with that.
And just to be very clear, are these data records at the one between 1:46 and 1:30:56? And then I think you said the tower use is between 1:30:56 and 1:35:58. Are those at all, from your viewing of the records, are you able to see whether that's phone use?
It's, again, they're data records, and as I mentioned earlier, I cannot say what's happening during those data records, just that there is a data session open, and that phone is communicating with the network during that time.
And again, data sessions can be non-human interaction with the phone.
Correct. I'll refer to it sometimes as passive usage, so not necessarily user activity, just sitting there.
Could you give some examples of that?
So as I mentioned before, your phone may be sitting on your desk. You get an app notification. Maybe you have a Ring home alarm, or you get a news alert, or your Gmail box is populating, or a Facebook, Instagram notification. All that's happening in the background, and you need an open data session for that to occur. So while that's going there, if I looked at anybody's records from here, I couldn't say whether it's Instagram, Facebook, or any of those other things I mentioned, just that your phone's on, communicating with the network, and it's utilizing that cell site around that time.
So if the phone had been left behind but on, would these records be inconsistent with that?
No, they'd be on past what time?
I guess prior to 1:30:56.
Yeah, so as I mentioned here, I can only say that this cell site is used sometime between that 1:30:56 and 1:35:58. After that, there's no more records of that phone on the network, so it is not communicating with the network in one way or another.
And nobody had to be with that phone for it to communicate with the network at that time?
I can't infer any user activity during that time.
All right, let's move to Sade's phone.
This one we do have movement on, and again, numbers giving you the sequence in addition to the Life 360. Starting in the area of Maxwell Anderson's residence around 12:47, 12:48 a.m., consistent with traveling north, east, and then kind of northeast, ending up here where number 12 is, with records between approximately 1:33 a.m. and 1:59 a.m.
Are you able to tell from the Life 360 an approximate route on what street?
Based off of here, I believe I see 35th Street. There's a record there, continuing north and then going east.
So if there were video of Sade Robinson's car driving northbound on 35th Street in the 12:50 a.m. hour, would these records be consistent with the movement of the phone? Or excuse me, would these records be consistent with that video?
They would.
We have, I wanted you to look at number 6 here. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, what time would that be about?
Approximately 12:58:48 a.m. for number 6.
If there was an image of Sade's vehicle exiting the freeway at that location around that same time, would these records be consistent with that video?
They would be.
It appears over here, if we move forward 7, 8, and 9, that they're traveling in what direction?
In a northeast, then northerly direction.
And number 12, as you're going up into the River West area, what's going on up there?
I'm sorry, I'm going to move to strike the last answer. I heard him say they. I don't know what they means. He asked about a phone.
Do you want to re-ask the question
Sure.
and clarify the answer?
I can do that.
Thank you.
What direction does the phone move after that 12:58
The phone
record?
The phone records are showing movement northeast and then north during that time.
Towards River West?
Yes.
Okay, and then what goes on between about 1:07 and 1:59?
There are records both kind of in this lower area, and then we have records up here, number 12, between that 1:33 and 1:59 a.m.
And you have this arrow right here it's very small, but it's there, right?
Yes, it's just to illustrate the arrow that showed east and then north from this area up towards number 12.
At what approximate times is the phone appearing to be in the area that I'm circling here, marked out by numbers 11 and 12?
So 11, the time for number 11 is approximately 1:14 to 1:16, but based off the phone's movements, it goes up towards that area and then has records consistent with moving back south and then north in that time, where the final area is up towards number 12 between approximately 1:33 and 1:59 a.m.
So if there was a video from an address on Dousman right up here by number 12 showing Miss Robinson's car, would these records be consistent with that video?
They'd be consistent with that area, yes.
Slide 15.
Still moving forward in time, we're now on April 2nd, between approximately 2 a.m. and 2:29 a.m. The AT&T phone is not shown here because it is still not on the cellular network. Starting where we left off on the previous slide, records consistent with moving north towards Capitol, west on Capitol, back east in that direction, and then south through here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So the phone appears to depart the River West area going westbound on Capitol?
It's consistent with that. One of these Life 360s is a 2:06 a.m. We then, approximately 2:06, we have a 2:11, and then 2:17, so out and then back.
And when you were looking at all of these, prior to mapping it all out and everything, were you in communication with Detective Jake Pushnig about the Capitol Drive area?
I was. After reviewing these records, I directed him to look up there around those times for video.
If there were a video of Miss Robinson's vehicle going westbound on Capitol Drive at 2:06 a.m., would these records be consistent with that video?
They would be.
And if there were a video of her car going eastbound on Capitol Drive at 2:16, would these records be consistent with that video?
They would be.
And then after coming back eastbound, are you able to tell from the Life 360 whether the car or the phone appeared to travel consistent with the interstate?
Yes, both the Life 360 as well as the Verizon records. So based off of the latitude, longitude of where it is, you see it on the freeway, but also just looking at the timestamps, approximately 2:22 and then 2:27 down here. So you get from here to here in 5 minutes would be consistent with the freeway.
Okay, based on the speeds, right?
Correct.
So by 2:28 a.m. on April 2nd, we're looking way down here south of downtown Milwaukee in the area consistent with the freeway.
That is correct.
Going to move on to slide 16. What happens after that time?
Continuing where we left off, the first record here at approximately 2:28. The second, third, fourth out here at approximately 2:33.
Actually, I want to pause you. I want to go back. I forgot to ask one thing. When we were talking about going down Capitol, about how far west did it appear that the phone went?
It would be, this arc here was the closest one depicted here, so that'd be consistent with getting towards Fond du Lac.
Okay, Fond du Lac Avenue and Capitol Drive?
That's correct, around that general area.
And then before moving back east?
Correct.
All right, sorry about that. Let's go back to ahead, I should say, to slide 16.
So back where we were, here at approximately 2:28, 2, 3, 4 at approximately 2:33. Back to 5. 5 was at approximately 2:35, and then 6, 7, so consistent with travel west, east, south, and then east as we continue 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and then 12, consistent with the area of the location of the lake.
Okay, so there's a Life 360 point over here at 2:32 a.m., right?
Correct.
Does this appear to be as far west as the phone records show that it went?
Yeah, that area would be consistent with where that point is in that northeast thoroughfare.
And then it appears the phone, the records are consistent with the phone moving back east after that?
Correct.
And then what time would those records be consistent with the vehicle exiting at, say, College Avenue?
Sometime around that 2:38, so we have this 2:38 record. Don't have all the arcs illustrated, or else you would not be able to see clearly what is going on. And then we're here at number 8 at approximately 2:42.
So I'll just stop it right there. And so if there was a video of the vehicle exiting the interstate at College Avenue at 2:38 a.m., would that be consistent with what the records show?
It would be.
If there was a video and then the phone moving eastbound on College Avenue, and if there was a video showing the car over here at St. Luke's South Shore at 2:51 a.m., would that be consistent with what the records show?
It'd be consistent around that time, yes.
And then how about after that?
We then have these multiple arcs and distances off tower number 12, as well as a Life 360 point. So these records consistent with being in the area of the lake location between approximately 2:52 a.m. and 4:33 a.m., and then a Life 360 record at approximately 3:24 a.m.
Are you able to tell from the Life 360 records whether that the phone is stationary in that position?
One of the tabs that Life 360 have is they have what they call a dwell, which Life 360 says in their glossary is when a phone is at a location for a period of time. So this is the start of a time that includes the dwell period in that area.
So these 3 arcs we're seeing here, they're all seemingly intersecting with the orange pin drop that you put in there, correct?
They're in that area, so that first one is intersecting there. The other 2 are just a little bit past it, but consistent with that general area.
So if the phone were at the location of the orange pin drop from about 2:53 a.m. to 4:34 a.m., would these records be consistent with that?
They would be.
After 4:34, we're going to move on to slide 17. What happens after 4:34 a.m.?
We have records consistent with movement away from the last known location in the area of the lake location. So 1, and you see these arcs getting closer and closer to that travel, which is consistent with movement. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that 7 at approximately 4:39:36 a.m. is the last RTT record for the Verizon phone.
Would these, if there were video of Sade's car heading northbound away from Warnemont Park on Lake Drive, where my mouse is here, after 4:35 a.m., would these records be consistent with that movement?
They would be.
And then over here on Howard Avenue at 4:38 a.m., would these records be consistent with that movement?
Around that general time, yes.
All right. And then after 4:39:36 a.m., what happens?
There are no more records for that phone, so it's consistent with that phone no longer being on the network.
No more Life 360 records?
No.
No more Verizon records?
No.
If the phone had died, would that be consistent with what you're seeing from the records?
It'd be consistent with that.
And Mr. Anderson's phone during this time period is where or what?
There are no records of that phone on the cellular network at this time.
Slide 18.
This now is only looking at Mr. Anderson's phone for April 2nd between approximately 1:30 a.m. and 9:31 a.m. So that 1:30 a.m. range was around the last data session prior to it, consistent with going off the network. And then the first record of it coming back on the network is around 9:19:59 a.m. when a data session opens and is shown on the records. And then we have a timing advance measurement at approximately 9:36 a.m., consistent with the area of the residence.
So this 1:30, this box over here, 1:30:56, basically it's off the network from 1:35:58 a.m. to 9:36 a.m., correct?
So sometime in that 1:30:56 through 1:55:58, it goes off the network, and then the first record is 9:19:59.
And again, the record that tells you that requires absolutely no human interaction with the phone, right?
Correct, it's the data record. So again, that passive activity that I can't tell you whether it's user interaction or not, just the phone could be powered on.
And then by 9:19 over here, a.m., a data session comes back on?
Yes, that's the first record illustrated there using that tower, the 9:30 a.m. for the record there, and then the 9:30:36. Again, you see them intersecting consistent with the area of Maxwell Anderson's residence.
Would all of these records be consistent with if Maxwell Anderson's phone was at home during the 1:30 a.m. to 9:31 a.m. time frame on April 2nd?
So I can just tell you where the phone is at these times. So in that 1:30, 1:35, and then again, that 9:19 when it comes on the network.
Okay, nowhere in between because there are no records whatsoever.
Correct, I cannot tell you where that phone is with no records.
I want to go back one slide and ask you one more question about this one. And all of these slides we're seeing with Sade's phone moving around, are any of these points that you've mapped out here, do they require user interaction with the phone?
They do not. These records are generally just the phone being powered on. And again, it could be sitting there with no user interaction and you would get all this data.
Similar to the example I gave before about driving around the city with the phone in my pocket.
That is correct.
All right. All right, and then slide 19 here, that's the last slide. I just have a few more questions. Agent Reiner, are you aware of the last text message, the time of the last text message from Sade Robinson's phone?
Upon reviewing the records, yes.
What is it?
That was an outgoing text at approximately 5:18 p.m. on April 1st, 2024.
And who was it to?
That was to Mr. Anderson's phone.
Are you aware of the time of the last connected call from Sade Robinson's phone?
Yes, the last incoming call with duration, yes.
And what time was that?
That was at approximately 4:26 PM for 131 seconds.
So in the times that we've talked about throughout this entire slideshow, there were no other calls from Ms. Robinson's phone?
Past that, 5:18 text, no.
I have nothing else.
Cross. Sure. Okay, we're going to take a break right now for the afternoon, so you can stretch your legs a little bit, get some water, and then we'll come back shortly. Okay? Thanks, everybody. So we had concern that the jury was looking a little sleepy at points, and that there was one juror that shut his eyes for a period, but then popped right back up. And the idea was that maybe taking a break and letting them stretch their legs a little bit might be a great idea, which I fully agree with. And State indicated that they think they have approximately 10 more witnesses left, approximately. Anything you'd like to add to that sidebar, State?
Just that I'd noticed it too, but then when I looked back, the juror was back and paying attention. And I did actually mention it while I was questioning Agent Reiner.
I do think that the jury has been really attentive. This jury has been really good. They've been taking a lot of notes. They've been paying attention. There is one juror I do notice that does look down a lot, but I think they've been really attentive, to be honest.
I agree.
Defense, any record you'd like to make? No. Okay, then we'll just take an afternoon break.
Thanks.
Do you think there's going to be more videos you're showing for the remainder of the day? Or maybe I can even open up one of these things so it's not so dark and dim in here. Or do you have more videos?
I have one, but it's not one that's going to require
Dimming the lights or anything?
careful. It's not going to require dimming of the lights, but we will have photographs. I don't know if that would.
Well, we'll try it, and
Okay.
if it is a glare, we'll shut them again. Okay, then we'll take our afternoon break, everybody.
Calling State of Wisconsin versus Maxwell Anderson, case 24, CF1692, appearances.
Ian Vance, Curzan, and Megan Newport for the state, along with Detective Joanne Donner.
Anthony Cotton, Jason Finley, and Max Anderson, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Is there anything to address on the record before we bring the jury back?
One small thing, Judge, after this witness, I will have a short witness, and then I will have the DNA analyst who may take some time. And then after that, I would be requesting just a brief recess before the next witness, who's a civilian.
Okay.
Not long, just like 5 to 10 minutes maybe.
Okay, you think we can get through all that today? Yes.
I'm hopeful.
Okay, I like Attorney Newport's positive attitude.
Yeah.
Okay, let's bring him in. Okay, we're going to go back on the record. We have the same appearances. We still have the special agent on the stand. So just, I know that it's long and sitting here all day. It's not always so easy listening to everything and just sitting here. And sometimes you get a little bit exhausted by it. If anybody feels exhausted and wants to stand up, you can stand up and stand to the right, to your left of the jury box. And you can do that without asking permission. So if you feel like, boy, I just got to stand up and stretch my legs, or if you're in the back row, feel free to stand up if you want to stretch your legs at any point. Okay? Because I know that we just keep going. All right. Let's proceed at this time. Cross.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Just a few topics. So first of all, with respect to the final topic you were asked about, phone calls or text messages. Obviously, there's other ways that one can use data on one's phone.
Such as?
Instagram.
Yes.
There's other ways to communicate, is a better way to say it, besides just text or phone calls, right?
Correct.
Especially with the younger generation, 19, 20-year-olds, right?
Yes, social media, anything.
Many may not even use text messages all that often.
Possibly, yes.
And to be clear, with all this data we're looking at, when we're talking about data points, I want to emphasize that that can be a person using the phone, or it can also be the phone operating in the background, right?
In terms of the data that we talked about?
Yes.
Well, so from the phone records, from what I can testify to, I can talk about usage in terms of voice or text, but then whether it's the data records or the RTT or timing advance, I can't tell you whether that's somebody using it or just sitting idle.
And you said that for Ms. Robinson's phone, the last phone call was at what time?
The phone call was at approximately 4:26 p.m. that had duration.
And then a text message at what time? 5 something?
The text message was an outgoing text at 5:18, and those were user ones, so looking at somebody actually originating a text or answering a phone call.
Okay, but what about Instagram messages after 5:18 p.m.?
I have no information about any of that.
Or Facebook messages or Snapchat messages?
I have no information about any of that.
Why do you not have any information on that?
Because I'm just looking at the phone records from the cellular providers, and they would not capture that activity.
So one would need the actual phone and a different type of expert to answer those questions?
Potentially, if that was there, but that would be somebody other than me.
Okay. Now, with the data you selected, were you the one who chose this data to look at, or was it provided to you? The date ranges specifically.
Oh, the date ranges were provided to me.
So this material, when you compiled your PowerPoint presentation, this material came from someone else, right?
The records came from the cellular providers, and then the dates and locations came from investigators.
Okay, so investigators say, we want you to look at April 1st and April 2nd, and then you plot all the data, right?
Yes, and they give me the locations, and they ask, what did the phones do, or where were they at during that time?
And I have up on the screen page 16 from your PowerPoint presentation. You can see the number in the bottom corner, right?
Yes, sir.
You said something before on direct examination about Life 360 providing, I think you used the expression dwell periods. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
What is a dwell period?
So per their glossary, they reference the dwell when a phone was in a period, I don't recall the exact time range, but when it was in a location for a period of time.
Stationary.
All I can say is dwell is because that's what they call it, so I can only say dwell.
Okay, but when we were looking at slide 16 specifically is when you mentioned the dwell period from Life 360. Why did you mention that at this point?
So it was a question about remaining, I believe, in an area, and that was, according to the Life 360 information, that's what they informed as a dwell period.
Okay, so any of these numbers we see here can be incorporate dwell periods?
No, there were 4 areas and locations related to dwell over the time frame of my analysis.
And which 4 would those be?
Those would be the area of Twisted Fisherman, Dukes on Water, Maxwell Anderson's residence, and as well as the lake location.
Now, with respect to that lake location, you're talking about the one down by Grant Park, Warnemont Park, down in that area?
Yes, that orange dot with those coordinates I was given.
And early in your presentation, you were showing us the cell towers that exist because obviously the cell providers have put towers in popular areas, right?
They build their network to meet their business needs and satisfy their customers.
So like slide 7, for example, numerous cell towers throughout downtown Milwaukee, and then lesser and more rural, less populated areas, right?
Yes, they kind of vary. There's a cluster there in the middle, kind of around the residence, and less dense in some of those other areas, yes.
And then Warnemont Beach, that orange circle, right?
Yes, that box there, yes.
Now, could you go back? I want to ask somewhat of a hypothetical. You have Max Anderson's phone number, obviously, right?
According to these records and the information I was given, yes.
Yeah, you have his number.
Yes.
Okay. And you can contact the cell provider and get records, right?
Yes.
And those records can then show you, and you can go back months and months and months.
Depending on the provider, they have different retention periods, and it could cover months, yes.
Spoke a little fast there. Different providers have different retention periods.
Yes, and they would go back. All of them would be able to, let's say, have it from 3-4 months ago at least, and longer.
So if we wanted to see, for example, does Max Anderson go to Warnemont Beach area as a regular habit or a regular basis? Does his phone go there regularly? You could go back historically for months and look at that, right?
If I had the records, you could go back and look for that, yes.
You could plot out really sort of one's daily routine in a way, couldn't you?
With the right data sets, yes.
Yeah, if you go back 3 months and plot it all out, you might start to see patterns that develop.
Correct.
And that's something you've done in your work with the FBI. I think you were speaking about it right out of the gate, that sometimes you want to do a profile and go back and develop someone's pattern.
Yeah, I would refer to it as a pattern of life, yes.
It's a better expression, pattern of life.
Yes.
Phone goes from this home in Madison to Milwaukee. It seems like every day from 8 to 9 a.m. they're going this distance, might draw an inference that they commute to work, for example, right?
Correct.
So did you ever go back and look at whether Max Anderson's phone has any pattern of life going to Warnemont Beach?
I did not.
Well, we know obviously, I mean, what this data tells us today is that obviously for April 1st, April 2nd, Max Anderson's phone and Sade Robinson's phone were in similar places, Twisted Fisherman and Dukes, for example, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, nobody disputes that.
I'm not sure what's being disputed, but I agree with your past statement.
And then Warnemont Beach, there's no evidence of Max Anderson's phone going to Warnemont Beach April 2nd, right?
In these timeframes that I analyzed, there's not.
There is a data entry of 1:30 to 1:35. What slide should I have been looking at for that, if you remember?
That slide would be, I'll find it. That's going to be slide 14.
Okay, I'll just look a little bit here. Okay, so just to recap this point, on slide 14, from 1:30 to 1:35, there's a data session with Mr. Anderson's phone, right? That's what you testified to?
That is correct.
Could be that the phone is, it certainly means the phone is on, right?
Correct.
Which is important. It means someone didn't shut it off, it's on.
It's on at some point during that time, yes.
And then the phone had some activity during that time, right?
Correct, there was data transfer between the phone and the network.
Could be by a user using it.
It could be.
Right, it could be, or it could not be.
Correct, I can't tell you either or.
But in any event, you know for sure that that phone is down in that area where we have the number 1, right? The blue number 1.
Yes, at that point between 1:30 and 1:35, as you mentioned, yes, sir.
Slide 14, blue number 1, phone down there, right?
Yes.
Which is consistent. If one has their phone on them, it's consistent with a person being in that area.
It's consistent with a phone being in that area.
Were you given information about Max Anderson's home address, for example, to look at that as part of your analysis?
Yes, it's denoted by the red R on the map.
And this one, blue 1 that you have down here at the bottom is in that area, right?
Yes, between that 1:30, 1:35, as you referenced.
One minute, please. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
State?
Just very briefly, the record, when law enforcement wants phone records for you to analyze in this fashion, you have to get a court order to do so, right?
A search warrant.
You didn't do it yourself here, the sheriff's office did it, but that's how the records that you received were compiled, right?
Yes, they were obtained via legal process, a search warrant, and then provided to me.
And when counsel asked you on this slide whether this was what I'm circling here, the data, it says data handoff, when he said that's indicative of some activity, you are not testifying that that is user activity. Is that a fair statement?
I can't tell you what kind of activity, just that it's communication between the phone and the network.
That'd be a question for somebody else?
Yeah, somebody else that would have other data sets or information.
Perhaps information from the mobile phone itself?
Potentially.
Nothing else?
Defense?
No.
Thank you.
You do.
State your next witness.
Recalling Ethan Stout.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you can please be seated, restate and respell your name for the record.
Deputy Ethan Stout, ETHANSTOUDT.
Deputy Stout, at some point in April of 2024, while you were investigating this incident, the disappearance of Sade Robinson, did you learn that Maxwell Anderson had worked at Victor's.
I did.
Where's Victor's?
Victor's is located at 1230 North Van Buren Street in the city of Milwaukee.
Did you attempt to get video footage from Victor's?
I did.
Did you go to that bar?
I did.
Club or whatever it is? Okay. Were you able to get video from the video system itself there?
I was not.
Did you get video from there?
Yes.
How'd you do that?
The manager of the bar at the time had short clips on his cell phone that were, I guess, recordings of the recording, if that makes sense. He used his phone to take a video of the computer screen that was displaying the video.
And how many clips did you recover?
There were 2 clips.
I've got Exhibit 280 on the screen right now. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is it?
That is the entranceway or front entrance, I guess, for Victor's Bar Nightclub.
This is one of the clips you retrieved?
It was.
Move 280 in.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
All right. On these 2 clips, what are we going to see in some?
In one of the clips, we will see Miss Robinson enter the bar and then go off screen. And then in another clip, we will see Mr. Anderson and Miss Robinson appear to exit the bar and go off screen.
On one of these clips, are you able to see the date briefly?
Yes.
Do you know what date and time approximately that clip is from?
Yes, March 29th of 2024, and I believe it's around 11:37 p.m.
So that would have been the Friday night before Miss Robinson went missing?
Yes.
I'm going to play the first of the 2 clips. The first one's 15 seconds long. I got the wrong clip up. I'm sorry. I'm starting with the clip that ends in the number 1785. All right, I have it paused at 3 seconds. This clip is 34 seconds. Camera person zoomed out. Are you able to see the date and time? If you have to get up, you can do that.
Sure, I'll get up quick.
Okay. And then come back to the microphone, please.
Yes, I'm able to see the date.
What was it?
That is, excuse me, 03/29/2024 at 11:37 and some seconds p.m.
All right. Playing this clip. What do you see?
In the back right of the frame, I see Miss Robinson entering the bar.
She says hello to a bouncer or somebody?
It would appear to be a bouncer, yes.
And then the second clip, which has the numbers in 1708. What do you see here?
Coming out of the frame is Miss Robinson and Mr. Anderson. They exchange pleasantries with people at the door and then exit out the door to the parking lot or street.
Does it appear they're walking together?
Yes.
There's no timestamp on that second clip, but based on her clothing, Miss Robinson's clothing, does it appear to be that it would have been that same night when she was leaving Victor's?
It appears so, yes.
Nothing else?
Cross.
It was just Mr. Anderson walking her out the door on the second clip, right?
It appears so, yes.
And they appears friendly with each other, right?
Yes.
And did you do any other searches at Victor's when you were there?
I did not.
Okay. One question I had about Victor's is whether you asked the owner whether there's any storage areas for employees to keep their belongings. Did you ever look into that?
I did not.
Okay, that's all.
Dave?
Nothing else?
Thank you, Deputy. State your next witness.
Sharon Polakowski.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Sharon Polakowski, SharonPolakowski.
Good afternoon. How are you employed?
I'm employed as a forensic scientist in the DNA analysis unit of the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in Milwaukee.
How long have you worked in that capacity?
I've been at the crime laboratory since October of 1993. I've been doing DNA analysis since maybe 1997.
Can you just discuss the background training and education that you have, and then, since you've been there since '93, the continued education and training in the field of DNA analysis that has gotten you to where you are today?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in recombinant genetics with a minor in chemistry that I received in 1992. Since I was working at the laboratory, I received training there in what is known as serology, which is body fluid identification and characterizing stains with methods other than DNA. I've also received training in 2 different types of DNA analysis at the laboratory and have continuing education every year.
How many trained DNA analysts are there at the crime lab?
Around 20 or so.
And are you dispersed in multiple labs throughout the state, or just in the Milwaukee lab?
Oh, well, there's a laboratory also in Madison that has another set of analysts.
What is DNA?
DNA has been called sort of a biological blueprint, and that's really what it is. It contains all of the instructions that make a plant, an animal, and each of us who we are. It's found in all of your cells except for red blood cells. You get half of your DNA from each of your biological parents. It's the same throughout your body and throughout your lifetime.
Do any 2 people have the exact identical DNA?
Identical siblings, for our purposes of testing, will have the same DNA, so we can't tell them apart. We would expect that unrelated people would have different DNA profiles.
Other than identity, okay, I think you just answered my next question. So other than identical siblings, unrelated people would have different profiles?
That's what I would expect, yes.
And how is it that you can go about identifying someone's DNA profile?
We use a method of testing known as short tandem repeat DNA testing.
And what is that?
Short tandem repeats are different areas of DNA that have pieces of DNA that repeat different numbers of times in different individuals. Since you get half of your DNA from each of your biological parents, you can think of it like beads on a string, 1 string from each parent. At one location, one of your parents may have given you 5 beads and your other parent gave you 7. So at that location, your type would be a 5, 7. Other people may have the same type at that location, but as we look at the different locations, there's differences between individuals. And we currently look at 23 different locations.
How is it that you can go about identifying a specific person's DNA? Are you given something?
We are given standards from individuals to compare to samples from evidentiary samples.
So you would be provided a known standard from a known person, and then you can use that to compare to other items of evidence?
Yes.
And how is it typically that you receive the standards, the known standards?
Standards are typically a buccal swab from inside the mouth, or they might be a dried blood standard. Typically that comes from someone who's no longer living.
How is it that your lab receives the items that you're going to compare the standards to?
They are submitted to us by various law enforcement agencies.
And sometimes you're getting swabs from pieces of evidence, right?
Yes.
And sometimes you're getting the items themselves?
Sometimes, yes.
And is there some kind of a screening process done when you receive either swabs or a physical piece of evidence?
Yes.
Can you describe what that process is like?
It depends on what the items are and what we're looking for on the items. So a typical screening process is to look at a particular item for either a body fluid or other areas where DNA may be present. If it's a swab from an item, we may cut part of the swab or maybe the entire thing, depending on if there's a body fluid present or not. If it's an item, we might be looking for body fluid stains or areas where DNA may be deposited.
And how is it that a person can leave their DNA on something?
It can be left in a variety of ways.
And what kind of, are there different items from the body that it can be left on? Or from, I should say?
Yes, it can be left via body fluid stains like saliva or blood or semen. It can also be left through someone wearing an item or touching it or handling it.
Is that commonly referred to like touch DNA?
Yes.
And what does touch DNA come from? What does it come from?
Typically, we would expect it to come from shed skin cells from some part of your body, your skin.
That's why you gave the example of an article of clothing, right?
Right.
All right. Can DNA be fragile in a sense? In other words, can it be removed from items once it's on an item?
Yes, it can be.
And what are some things that could affect whether or not it is left on an item or not?
Well, one of the things that can affect it is how much is there to start with, how long it's been on an item, if it's subject to some sort of environmental conditions such as sunlight or rain, if it is rubbed off or cleaned off, or if it just is there for a long period of time, DNA does start to break down.
How about fire?
Yes, that would heat will destroy DNA.
And how about passage of time, just general passage of time?
Yes.
How so?
Just in general, it starts to break down, and it depends, the rate of breakdown depends on what was there to start, why it's breaking down, if it's just time or if there's temperature involved or something like that.
If you, actually before I go there, how about if something is washed with water?
If it's washed with water, it can wash DNA away, yes.
And just because you touch an item, do you always leave DNA?
I'm not sure if you would or not, but it may not be in an amount that we would be able to detect.
All right, so when you receive items of evidence to analyze and you're able to see that there is DNA on that item, does that necessarily mean that you're going to be able to identify whose DNA that is?
No, not necessarily.
You may not have the appropriate comparison standard, right?
That's correct.
And another reason might be just because there's not enough DNA left?
There might not be enough, or in terms of identifying it, we don't always identify a particular person. We do comparisons and decide if it's consistent or if they could be included in a mixture or not. So it might not be as definitive as what you're asking.
So in other words, you use a comparison method when there's mixtures, right?
Yes.
And even though the DNA is there, you may or may not be able to say if someone's profile is consistent with being in that mixture.
That's correct.
What are some of the things that could affect your ability to do that?
How complex the mixture is, in other words, how many people's DNA is there, if it's a low-level mixture or partial because it's low level. If the person is a very low-level contributor, would be a lot of uncertainty, and we may not be able to make any kind of conclusion.
Okay. Did you prepare numerous reports related to this case?
I did.
And I guess that goes without saying, you received a good number of items related to this case for DNA analysis, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you exhibits 436, 439, 440, and 441.
Have the numbers one more time.
Sure. 436, 439, 440, 441. And just take a moment and parse through those and then tell me when you're done.
All right.
Are all of those copies of reports you prepared for this case?
Yes, they are.
I'd move 436, 439, 440, and 441 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
They received.
And you know that because your signature's on them, right? Or a copy of your signature?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to start with Exhibit 436 in front of you, and I guess I would also have 439 in front of you. At the outset, when you were first involved with this case, it was early April of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And you received items related to the recovery of at the time, unidentified human leg that had been found at Warnemont Park, right?
Yes, it was actually 2024.
I'm sorry, 2024. Thank you for correcting me.
Yeah,
Were you then provided with known standards or items that you were going to try to identify known standards so that you could compare to the swab from the leg found at Warnemont Park?
Yes,
Was one of those items a toothbrush
it was.
from Sade Robinson's apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also received a buccal swab standard from Sade's mother, Sheena Scarborough, correct?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury regarding the toothbrush and the buccal swab standard from Sheena Scarborough, were you able to, well, what did you do with those items?
I swabbed the different areas of the toothbrush to get a DNA profile from it. I obtained that and then compared that to the standard from Sheena Scarborough to see if, in fact, they shared DNA at each of the locations.
What did you find?
That they did, and that the person on the toothbrush could be a biological child of Sheena Scarborough.
All right. And then did you, so going forward, did you use that toothbrush DNA profile as sort of the known standard for Sade Robinson?
Yes, based on that, I said I would use that as her standard.
And did you compare the known standard for Sade Robinson to the sample from the leg from Warnemont Park?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how you did that analysis and what conclusion you came through on that?
So basically, a profile was developed from the leg and compared to the toothbrush I was using as the standard from Sade Robinson.
What was your finding?
That the two profiles were consistent, and that the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated person with that profile from the population is not more frequent than 1 in 1 quadrillion.
So does that strongly suggest the leg is Sade's leg?
Yes.
Okay. And then you got known standards from a number of other body parts. So it's not known standards. You got swabs from a number of other body parts that were recovered after that first date you became involved in April, right?
Yes, some were swabs and some were bloodstain cards.
And which of those did you analyze to see if it was Sade?
I looked at a bloodstain sample from a foot/flesh, swabs from flesh, swabs from muscle of left foot and flesh, and bone marrow swabs, as well as swabs from calf and flesh and from proximal bone surface.
Did you come to the same conclusion about all of those?
I did.
And what was that conclusion?
That they are consistent with the standard from Sade Robinson, and that the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated person with the same profile is not more frequent than 1 in 1 quadrillion.
Later on, you received a standard from an arm that had been recovered in Waukegan, Illinois, and similarly compared to Sade Robinson's, correct?
Yes.
And what conclusion did you come to that swab?
I came to the same result, that it was consistent with her. I'm not sure.
I think it's 439.
Thank you.
You put that in a different DNA report, right?
Yes, that was later. And the statistic is the same.
Okay. Part of the reason that shows up in a different report is because it was recovered so far later in time, right?
Yes, I had already issued the other report.
Okay. I think that does it for 436 and 439. Did I miss anything in those?
I don't believe so.
Okay. You received swabs that were obtained from parts of a vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Did you compare those? And you also obtained received a swab, a known standard for Maxwell Anderson.
Yes, I did.
Did you compare the swabs from the vehicle to the swabs from Sade Robinson, or the standards of Sade Robinson and Maxwell Anderson?
I only had results from one swab from the vehicle from the exterior driver door handle, but I did compare it to both of them.
But you got a number of swabs, correct?
Yes, we received 5 swabs and I tested 3 of them.
Why was that?
Those were the 3 that was originally asked to test, from the exterior driver door handle, the exterior driver rear door handle, and the exterior trunk latch.
And of those 3 swabs that you were asked to analyze, were they all even suitable for further DNA analysis?
No, only the swabs from the exterior driver door handle were.
Can you tell the jury why some aren't suitable and what you used to make that determination?
Sure. They did not have enough DNA to go through our process. Once the DNA was extracted and I saw how much there was. So the only one that continued was the driver door handles swabs.
The driver door handle, you identified what?
It was a partial single source female profile that was consistent with the profile from Sade Robinson.
I want to move on to Exhibit 440. You received a number of items, swabs from Maxwell Anderson's home, correct?
Yes.
And on any of those swabs, were you able to find support for inclusion of Sade Robinson?
Of those items that were submitted, there was only one, the plaid jacket from the living room, that could be associated with Sade Robinson.
Showing you Exhibit 467. I'm not going to open it because I don't want to destroy this bag. I think you can kind of... need to use a mic. All right, you can see this bag. Is there a crime lab sticker on the bag?
There is.
I'm going to turn a little bit, point out to the jury where it is.
The yellow barcode label has our case number, R24-952, and our item designation of F.
And that's how you know the item is the actual thing you examined?
I actually did not examine this item, as someone else did the screening on it.
Screening, why don't you discuss that?
So a different analyst looked at this item and took swabbings from 3 different areas to attempt to develop DNA profiles from those.
And you analyzed those swabs?
Yes.
Okay. Before we get into that, there were other swabs from like sheets, a duvet cover, pillowcase, walls, that sort of thing, right? From the house?
Yes.
Those are what you were not able to find inclusion for Sade Robinson, correct?
Right. Of the ones that were examined and gave us results that were able to be compared, none of those have any inclusionary, she can't be included on any of them.
Okay. Let's talk about the plaid jacket that's in front of you there. I think there's an exhibit sticker. Can you tell us what the exhibit number is? I think it's right there.
467.
And that would be crime lab item what?
Be our item F.
F, and that's what's on that yellow sticker?
Yes.
How many swabs from the plaid jacket did you do DNA analysis and comparison on?
There were 3 separate areas that were swabbed: the exterior right sleeve, the interior of the front pockets, and the exterior left sleeve.
Start with the exterior from the right sleeve. What did you do? How did you do the analysis? And then what did you find?
Well, I did the analysis the way we would do any other DNA analysis, through the same steps to get the data. I found that it is a 4-person mixture with at least 1 male. And I assumed the presence of Maxwell Anderson on that since it came from his home.
And so then you do a comparison?
Yes, then I a comparison, an interpretation and comparison then to the standard from Sade Robinson.
And when you compared that four-person mixture to this known standard for Sade Robinson, did you find any support for inclusion of her DNA?
I did.
Tell us what you found.
So this statistic is what is known as a likelihood ratio, and that compares two different explanations for a given profile. One in which a particular person is included as a contributor, and one in which they are not. So for this item, the two different explanations are this DNA profile is from a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson, Sade Robinson, and two unknown individuals, or it comes from a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson and three unknown individuals. In this case, it is at least 177,000 times more likely to see this profile if it is a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson, Sade Robinson, and two unknown people than from Maxwell Anderson and three unknown.
And is that how you were able to conclude that there's very strong support for inclusion of Sade Robinson in that four-person mixture?
It is actually strong support.
Okay, strong support for inclusion. Thank you.
Yes.
And again, your hypothesis that you're using there, the four people, it's because you were able to identify a four-person mixture.
Yes, and looking at the data, it appears to be a four-person mixture.
Let's go to the next swab from the interior front pockets of the jacket. What did you find there?
That is a three-person mixture. And similarly to the other one, the two different explanations for this profile would be that is a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson and an unknown person, or from Maxwell Anderson and two unknown individuals.
What did you find?
In this case, it is at least a quadrillion times more likely to see this profile if it's a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson, Sade Robinson, and one unknown, than if it's a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson and two unknowns.
And that one is very strong support for inclusion of Sade Robinson in the mixture?
It is.
Lastly, the sleeve of the plaid jacket, the left sleeve of the plaid jacket?
Yes, this is a three-person mixture of DNA.
And what'd you find?
That when compared with Sade Robinson, the likelihood ratio fell into our uninformative range, so that I can't make any conclusions regarding the presence or absence of her DNA in that mixture.
Can't say whether her DNA is in there or whether it's not in there.
Yeah, right, there's not enough statistical support either way.
All right. So of those three, we have in some strong support for inclusion on the swab from the exterior right sleeve, very strong support for inclusion on the swab from the interior of the front pockets, and for the last one, just uninformative.
Yes.
All right. Handing you exhibit 455. Are you able to tell whether that was an item that was screened by the crime lab?
Yes, it is.
And what is that item?
This is an item containing 3 gloves and I believe a rock that had blood on them. It is crime lab item AT, and then sub-designated into AT1, AT2, AT3, and AT4.
Specifically latex gloves, right?
I believe so. Again, I did not look at these, but I read the notes of the person who did.
All right. And those were screened, and then you analyzed the screens?
Yes.
And so if you want to flip to page, I think it's page 10 of exhibit 440. Just let me know when you're there.
It's page 15.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
You are right. All right, so you analyzed first swabs from blood stains on the first latex glove and swabs from blood stains on the third latex glove, correct?
Yes.
There were 3 total, right, according to
Yes.
your report?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you able to learn when you analyzed the swabs from blood stains from the first latex glove and third latex glove?
Those had the same single source female profile.
As each other,
As
right?
each other, yes. They appeared to be the same, and Sade Robinson and Maxwell Anderson are both excluded as the source of that DNA.
The blood is not Sade's and it's not Mr. Anderson's.
Their DNA is not on there, no.
How about the next one, the blood stain on the second latex glove? What did you learn there?
There was a different female profile on there, and again, Sade Robinson and Maxwell Anderson are both excluded.
Next, the swabs from the exterior of the first latex glove. So that was, we already mentioned the first, where there's a female profile that's not Sade or Maxwell Anderson. Now there was a swab from the exterior of that glove?
Yes.
And what was your conclusion there?
That is a 3-person mixture.
What were your results when comparing to Maxwell Anderson?
That is at least 1,000,000 times more likely to observe that DNA profile if it is a mixture from 3 unknown individual people than if it is a mixture from Maxwell Anderson and 2 unknown individuals.
So what does that say about exclusion?
It's very strong support for exclusion of Maxwell Anderson.
And how about Sade?
Her likelihood ratio fell into the uninformative range, and so I can't make any determinations.
From that swab alone, right?
From that one, yes.
But you do know from the blood that she's excluded on the blood?
Yes, she was excluded from those other profiles.
And uninformative means what?
It means the statistical values that fall in that range cannot be used to make any conclusions regarding the presence or absence of someone's DNA.
Let's move on to the next one, the swabs from the interior of the first latex glove. So we're still on that first one.
Yes.
What did you learn about the interior of that glove?
It is a 2-person mixture, and both Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson are excluded from that mixture.
Swabs from the exterior of the second latex glove.
It is also a 2-person mixture, and Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson are also excluded from that as well.
Swabs from the interior of the second latex glove.
A 2-person mixture, and Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson are both excluded.
Third latex glove exterior swabs.
That is a 3-person mixture. When compared with Maxwell Anderson, he is excluded from that. As for Sade Robinson, it's at least 490 trillion times more likely to observe that profile if it's a mixture of DNA from 3 unknown people than if it is a mixture resulting from Sade Robinson and 2 unknowns. So it is very strong support for exclusion.
Okay, exclusion, very strong support for exclusion. Let's go swabs from the interior of the third glove.
That is also a 3-person mixture, and both Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson are excluded from it.
Are you in any way able to find inclusion for Sade Robinson or Maxwell Anderson on any of the latex gloves?
No.
I'm going to move on to item BF. This has already been admitted as Exhibit 480. Recognize the sticker of item BF being from this case?
I do.
All right, and that's that yellow sticker with the crime lab case number on it?
Yes.
All right. And what is this item?
It is a sweatshirt / jacket.
The large gray sweatshirt?
Yes.
Okay. What did you, what was this screened for?
It was screened for blood and also for other areas of DNA.
How many screened either swabs or cuttings did you analyze from this jacket?
In total, 19.
All right, let's start with the cutting from the stain on the bottom of the front waistband. Do you see that one?
Is that item BF2?
I'm sorry. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. What'd you find?
It was a low-level partial mixture profile, and I determined that it was not suitable for comparison.
So there was DNA there, it just was, you couldn't do anything further with it?
That's correct.
How about the swabs from the zipper pull from that jacket?
That is a single-source female profile that is consistent with the standard from Sade Robinson. And the probability of randomly selecting that profile from a population of unrelated people is not more frequent than 1 in 1 quadrillion.
Single source female profile, so this one you're not doing the hypothetical analysis?
That's correct. This is a different type of calculation.
And it's consistent with Sade?
It is.
Let's move on to BF9, the cutting from the stain on the inside left bottom of that sweatshirt or jacket.
That is a 2-person mixture.
What did you find?
When compared with Maxwell Anderson, it's at least a quadrillion times to see that DNA profile if it's a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson and an unknown person than from 2 unknown individuals.
How about Sade?
It is at least 121 million times more likely to observe that profile if it's a mixture resulting from 2 unknown individuals than from Sade Robinson and an unknown person.
So where would those two fall on the inclusion-exclusion scale, if you will?
Maxwell Anderson falls in the very strong support for inclusion. Sade Robinson falls in very strong support for exclusion.
Move on to BF10, the cutting from stain on the left side chest pocket.
That is a 2-person mixture also.
What is the result?
Compared with Maxwell Anderson, it's at least a quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA profile if it's a mixture of Maxwell Anderson and an unknown person than from 2 unknown individuals.
And Sade?
Her statistic falls into the uninformative range again.
And what range does Mr. Anderson's fall into?
Very strong support for inclusion.
Inclusion, okay. Cutting from the inside left cuff of that jacket or sweatshirt.
Also a 2-person mixture.
What'd you find?
When compared with Maxwell Anderson, it's at least a quadrillion times more likely to observe that profile if it's a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson and an unknown person than from 2 unknown individuals.
Where does that fall?
Very strong support for inclusion.
How about Sade?
She's excluded.
Cutting from, actually, I'm going to move on to the bottom of page 19. There are cuttings from numerous locations that revealed a single source male profile, correct?
Yes, or partial profiles.
Partial, I'm sorry. And what are those locations?
Those are the right side chest pocket, the inside right bottom, the inside back waistband, the inside right cuff, the inside back neck.
And whose profile were those consistent with?
They were consistent with Maxwell Anderson.
Next page, BF12, the cutting from a stain on the outer right arm.
Was a low-level partial profile not suitable for comparison.
So again, DNA there, you just couldn't do anything more with it.
Right.
Okay. And then the cutting from the stain on the right arm.
That is also a partial single-source male profile that is consistent with the profile from Maxwell Anderson.
And lastly, the cutting from the stain on the left inside hood of the sweatshirt and jacket.
That is a 2-person mixture with at least 1 male.
With at least 1 male?
Yes.
And did you compare that 2-person mixture to Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson?
I did.
What did you find?
For the comparison with Maxwell Anderson, it is at least a quadrillion times more likely to see that profile if it's a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson and an unknown person than from 2 unknown individuals.
And where does that fall in the inclusion range for both of them?
Well, that was for Maxwell Anderson, and that's very
I'm
strong support for inclusion.
And how about Sade's?
Is at least a quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA profile if it's a mixture of DNA from Sade Robinson and an unknown person than from 2 unknown individuals.
And where do both of those fall for Maxwell Anderson and for Sade Robinson on?
Each of them are very strong support for inclusion.
All right, I'm going to hold up exhibit
80 again. The zipper pull, what was that one?
That was
Big time.
BF8 and was a single source female profile.
Whose?
It was consistent with Sade Robinson.
And inside the left side of the hood,
It was a mixture profile.
and the result being
That each, Maxwell Anderson was very strong support for inclusion, and Sade Robinson was very strong support for inclusion.
Nothing else.
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello.
So it sounds like you played a pretty pivotal role in this investigation because you did, sounds like you tested a variety of items, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember how many reports in total that you drafted? Or, I mean, I guess that you did?
I believe I have 5.
5 in total?
Yes.
And so I just want to, just to kind of, I just get some more background here. Sometimes items are actually coming to the lab, like a sweatshirt, and you're actually visually scanning and analyzing them, right?
Yes.
And I think you said that because you've done training and you kind of have an expertise in detecting bodily fluids from humans, right?
Yes, that's part of what I do.
And so you're able to tell the difference between like you can recognize if you see blood on the surface, right?
We have tests that detect blood, yes.
And are you able to detect it just on using your naked eye as well, right?
Well, we look for stains that appear that they could be blood, and then we have further tests that we can do.
I mean, obviously, if it's like red or like a dark brown, maybe you could think that it could possibly be blood.
Yes.
But you still do further testing because you need it to be precise.
Yes, we want to identify it if it's possible to do so.
And are you able to also identify whether it's sweat, urine, or saliva, or other different fluids?
We have a presumptive test for saliva, which means it indicates that a body fluid could be saliva, but doesn't identify it. The other two, sweat and urine, we don't have tests for those.
Okay, but are you able to determine that using your naked eye, or do you actually have to perform tests to determine which type of DNA it is?
We would have to, for saliva, we have a test that we can run to see if that's what it could be.
Okay, and so I think we've covered this, but there's all sorts of different types of DNA, correct?
I'm not sure I know what you mean.
Well, so there's different sources of DNA, correct?
Yes.
Like for example, blood, saliva, semen, and even skin cells, right?
Yes.
And when you use kind of your analysis to be able to determine, ideally whether someone's had contact with a specific surface, right?
Actually, no, that's not part of what my testing tells me. I can't tell you how DNA got onto an item.
But you're able to see whether someone's DNA is on an item, correct?
I can see whether or not they're consistent with it or can be possibly included. We don't identify.
Yeah, but you don't know how the DNA got there, right?
That's correct.
And you don't know when it got there, right?
That's correct.
And when you're doing your analysis, we heard you say the words like inclusion and exclusion, right?
Yes.
And when you're writing a report, there's different types of verbal qualifiers that you can use, right?
For the likelihood ratio for the mixtures, yes.
So for instance, you can say someone is very strong support for inclusion, right?
Yes, that's a qualifier we would use.
Or strong, and then below that is strong support, right?
Yes.
And moderate support for inclusion.
Yes, it depends on what the likelihood ratio, actually the value is.
And so the higher the likelihood ratio, the stronger support?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's, you said uninformative, right?
Yes.
And that means that you can't say it's included and you also can't say it's excluded, right?
It really has more to do with that the likelihood ratio is so low, it doesn't support either statement. And it was determined when we were doing validation of the software that we use There were some handful of profiles that we knew with likelihood ratios that were around 300 maybe, where we knew that person wasn't actually included and should not have been included. So we developed an informative range to avoid including or excluding somebody improperly.
Okay, and then you can also have moderate support for exclusion, right?
Yes,
And also strong support for exclusion and very strong support for exclusion.
yes.
And I suppose we already covered that, I'm sorry. And the DNA process is important, I guess, in criminal courts, right?
Yes, it has been for quite a long time.
Because it can suggest potentially that someone's been at a certain location if their DNA's been there.
Again, my testing doesn't tell me that, so, but it is used in criminal cases.
But DNA can be used to exclude suspects, right?
It can be used to exclude anybody, really. We compare different people.
And I think you talked a little bit about there's kind of different, I don't know what's the right word for it, but you said there's touch DNA, right?
Yes, touch DNA is kind of a term used when there's no body fluid associated with DNA and it's on an item that you would expect someone to touch or handle, like a pen or a gun or something like that.
And that's kind of an example of me like touching something directly like a pen, right?
Yes.
But also I could be, if I'm sweating, I can be leaving traces of my DNA through my sweat as well.
It would facilitate transfer of the cells, yes.
And there's also something called indirect transfer of DNA, right?
I think I know what you're referring to, yes.
And what am I referring to?
You're probably referring to secondary transfer.
And can you explain what like secondary transfer is?
Secondary transfer is when DNA gets on an item, not from the person it comes from. So if I were up here and got, say, some blood on my chair, and then the next person came up and sat on it and got my blood on their clothing, even though they've never had any contact with me, that would be secondary transfer. It's getting onto an object with an intervening object, I guess.
So for instance, if there's a doorknob and people are commonly using this doorknob, and then I use the doorknob, and then I go home and I'm using my kitchen knives. It's possible, right, that someone who has left their DNA in that doorknob could be found on the knife, right?
It would be possible. It would depend on how much of that DNA was on the doorknob, how much transferred to your hand, and how much was left by the time you touched your knife.
Okay, so if I have someone who sits on my couch, and then they leave and I throw my jacket on the couch, it's possible that their DNA could be found on the jacket.
Again, it would depend on, were they sitting on it with shorts on, or did they have pants on? How much DNA got on it from that person, and then how much would have gotten onto your jacket. So transfer of touch DNA or transfer of DNA can happen in a lot of different ways, and it's hard to quantify whether or not it would happen.
So, but it's possible, right?
It is possible.
And secondary transfer, I think as you referred to it, isn't some crazy phenomenon. It's well known and well accepted in forensic science, correct?
It is certainly something that's been the subject of numerous papers.
And at the crime lab, you have the technology to find even small amounts of DNA on an item, correct?
Yes.
So even trace amounts of biological material can provide a DNA profile, right?
Yes.
And that could potentially, it might not be your job, but it could potentially be used by law enforcement or the district attorney's office to link a suspect to a crime scene.
It allows us to provide information to our submitting agencies.
And so I want to go to one of the exhibits. I got to just figure out which one it is. I believe it's your report number 15. It's the analysis of the door handle of the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And what exhibit number is that?
That is from Report Exhibit 441, dated November 20th, 2024.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So in this report, and I'm gonna actually, can I actually take that?
Sure.
I'm just gonna put it up here. Permission to publish, Judge? They already moved it in.
Any objection?
No.
Go ahead.
All right, so, well, it's gonna be kind of hard to see here, but you have items, it has items CA, CB, CC, CD, CE, you see that?
Yes.
And then you give it a sub-designation, right? CA1, CB1, CC1, correct?
Yes.
And so when we look at the actual analysis, it's labeled as, like, so CA, item CA is listed as CA1 when you're actually doing the analysis, right?
Yes, it's a cutting taken from CA, and for tracking purposes through our laboratory system, once something is separated from its parent item, it gets its own designation, so we can see where it goes in the laboratory and who has contact with it.
Yeah, so if the jury wants to look and understand what sample is connected with which, I guess, conclusion or probability conclusion, they can look at the sample CA and then look at sample CA1 and see what the ultimate conclusion is, right?
Yes.
And on this, so CA1 was the driver's side door handle, correct?
Swabs from the exterior driver door handle, yes.
Okay, and that was, do you know what type of vehicle it was?
Not off the top of my head, no.
And you were able to determine that there was human DNA, correct?
Yes.
And that there was male DNA, correct?
There was a small amount of male DNA, so what present limited means is that the amount of male DNA there is low, and it's below what we would expect to see a profile from.
Okay. And you ultimately concluded that there was male DNA on there, but it wasn't Maxwell Anderson, correct? You said he's excluded.
Well, the profile that is on there that came up is a partial single source female profile. So given that the male DNA just doesn't really show up in this profile at all. Okay. So he is excluded from the female profile, yes.
Okay. But you did find Sade Robinson's DNA on there.
I found a profile consistent with her.
Okay. And so there was DNA that you were able to gather from that door handle, and we know Sade's DNA, you conclude that there's a probability that her DNA is on it.
I conclude that it's consistent with her, yes, it could be her.
And you made, and your exact words in here, for Maxwell S. Anderson is excluded. Those were your words, right?
Yes, he is excluded from that female profile.
Okay. So you can't conclude that his DNA was ever found on the door handle of that vehicle?
I cannot.
Neither on the trunk latch either?
There wasn't, I don't remember, the trunk latch didn't go past our quantitation step, which is to see how much DNA is present. There wasn't enough.
Okay. I'm going to just give you back 441.
Thank you.
All right, I want to move on to Exhibit 440. You have that in front of you still?
Yes, I do.
And that is a variety of items that you tested that were found in Max Anderson's home, correct?
Yes, there are some items in here from his home, and there are others as well.
Okay, yes. And you tested a lot of different items, correct?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know how many there are in total, probably like 50. I don't know if you know off the top of your head, there's quite.
I don't, actually.
I mean, if you could just take a minute and count how many items you tested.
From his home or all together on this list?
You can do it all together on that list.
Oh, certainly.
There's a total of 33 items on the list that were tested, and some of them had sub-designated items within them, such as the latex gloves.
What was the
Okay.
number? I'm sorry.
Did I say 36?
I don't know, I didn't hear.
I don't remember.
What was the question? I didn't even hear it.
I didn't hear her answer as to what the number was.
What's the number? It was 33. Oh, thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And some, like I said, some of them had more than one item in them, and so those have sub-designated items as well.
Okay, so we have exhibit 440 on the screen, okay? So it just might be a little easier to see rather than me using that contraption over there. Can everyone in the jury see this screen? No? All right, you can see the screen, you can't read it. Yeah, maybe that might be helpful. Okay, and what I was talking about before is
Normally, it has to just go up to your table so that your client can see it as well.
And so what I was talking about earlier, just so they can see, the jury can see another format. All right, so swabs that were taken from the mid stairs to the west wall are going to have item D, right?
Yes.
And then the sub designation,
Yes.
is where they can find it if you're just paging through the pack, right?
Right, it's what was ultimately subjected to DNA testing.
Attorney Finley, do you want to use a microphone?
Yeah, well, yeah. And I want, and just scroll back so they can see something. And sometimes if you take multiple swabs from an item, there's going to be Q1, Q2, Q3, right?
Yes, there's a lot of items had multiple samples taken. Some were swabs, some were cuttings from those items, and those would have been processed separately.
Yeah, and then you sometimes can draw a conclusion for each different sample, whether someone's included, excluded, or what have you, right?
If they went through the entire process and were suitable for comparison, yes.
So we can see these are all the items that this is just one page of all the items you tested. A majority of these look like they're from Max Anderson's home, correct?
Yes, a lot of them are. Not all of them, however.
So item D, mid stairs of west wall, swabs, correct?
Yes.
Item E, swabs from upper stairs and east wall.
Yes.
Item F, that's that plaid jacket, correct? That I think that we pulled out and you got to see, right?
Yes.
And then we have swabs from the north wall of the foyer, right?
Yes.
Swabs from the pillow in the bed.
Just the pillow itself, and then samples were taken from that.
And then also the pillowcase.
Yes.
And the duvet cover, correct?
Yes.
Even the caulk line of the bathtub, right?
Yes.
And then the wall above the towel rack, correct?
Yes.
The bathtub faucet.
Yes.
knobs on the bathtub,
Yes.
fitted sheets from the bed,
Yes.
the wall below the handrail,
Yes.
more below the handrail, it looks like,
Yes.
and then the east wall, knives from the kitchen, right?
And one knife, yes.
It was just one knife, okay, I'm
Yes.
sorry. And then obviously the DNA sample from Mr. Anderson, right?
Yes.
And then you even did hair pluckings from the proximal bone, right?
Yes, these were other items that were submitted.
And there was a blonde hair found on one of those proximal bone, correct?
There were hairs on, those were both hairs, AS1 and AS2. I didn't examine them, another analyst did.
But you know the conclusion was that Max Anderson was excluded, correct?
I'm gonna object for hearsay, move to strike.
Any response?
It's in her report.
State?
The report's admitted
Yeah,
and
that's fine, but okay, fine.
Withdraw the objection?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, Maxwell Anderson was excluded on both of those hairs.
okay. And Sade Robinson was included, right?
Yes, both of those are single source female profiles that are consistent with Sade Robinson.
Okay. And then latex gloves. You tested a variety of those, correct?
Yes.
There was a rock that it looked like they had blood on it, but you didn't examine that?
Right. Again, I had another analyst looked at that and she did not examine the rock, just the gloves.
Is there any reason why she didn't examine the rock?
Objection, speculation.
If you have to speculate, do you know the answer to that? Or do you have to speculate to answer that?
Yeah, probably.
All right, then I do object and
Okay, then at this point, I will sustain the objection. Next question, please.
And then this blanket, BE. Do you remember the blanket?
Yes, again, I did not examine that, but it was submitted and examined by another analyst.
And you concluded the findings in your report, right?
Right, because I did the DNA analysis of the data and the comparisons.
Okay, and do you recall what that blanket looked like? Did you ever see it?
I saw a photo of it.
And what did it look like?
It had a picture of Sade Robinson on it.
Okay. And then the sweatshirt jacket, BF, we saw that, correct?
Yes.
That's that gray jacket, whatever you want to,
Yes.
whatever, dark colored jacket. And then there's multiple hairs that are located in the sweatshirt jacket, right?
Yes.
And then BI is swabs from a knife handle, right?
Yes.
BJ swabs from a knife blade.
Yes.
And are these a pocket knife?
I don't know for sure because we got the swabs in.
Okay. But swabs from top of a lighter, side of a lighter, right?
Yes.
Side of a keychain light, right?
Yes.
And then multiple swabs, 3 different swabs from boxes of matches, right?
Yes.
And your lab gets the actual, so those are just swabs. Someone else takes these swabs, sends them to the lab, right?
Yes, those came in as swabs from those items.
Okay, now I want to just move down to screening. So screening, and you said blood was identified on different items, right?
Yes.
Those latex gloves that I think you described as blood stains, right?
Yes.
Fitted sheets, pillowcase from bed, blood, right?
Yes.
Presumptive testing for blood was positive on these 3 items, right?
Yes, so blood was not confirmed as being there, but the presumptive test indicated it could be blood.
Okay, and now I want to focus on this blood was not detected on, okay? And now can you scroll down the page? So the bathtub area, I think we talked about that up there. There's no blood at all found on any of the swabs of the bathroom.
It was, yes, it was not detected on those swabs.
This plaid jacket that we held up, no blood on there.
No blood, the tests were negative.
Okay. And the knife handle and knife blade that was swabbed, there's no blood on it, right?
That's correct.
These 13 stains on this is the dark sweatshirt, correct?
Yes.
You took 13 different samples from that sweatshirt.
Well, 13 different stains were tested for the possible presence of blood.
And absolutely none of them had blood on them.
They were negative.
The blanket that you said had Sade's face on it, correct?
Yes.
No blood on that either?
No.
And you ran the test, there's no blood?
Another analyst ran the test, but yes, her results showed that they were negative.
Okay. And so I want to talk about the analysis that was done on those gloves. So you said that, I want to go back to the uninformative one. I think this is going to be page, sorry. It's going to be, I think it starts on page 15. It says swab some blood stain of first latex glove and third glove. Both Maxwell Anderson and Sade are excluded, right?
Item AT2A?
AT1A, AT1B, AT1C.
Yes, they're both excluded.
Okay, and sorry, you're right. I did say I wanted to talk about the uninformative one, and that's on page 16. So that's AT1D, right?
Yes.
So 3-person mixture, at least one of them is male, right?
Yes.
And you said Max Anderson is very strong support for exclusion, right?
Yes, he is.
5.60 times 10 to the negative 7.
Yes, so it's at least 1 million times more likely to see that profile if he's not included as a contributor than if he is.
So 1 in a million, right?
Well, that's the likelihood ratio. It's not an odds. It's just that's what the ratio of the probabilities are between the two statements.
Okay. And then Sade Robinson, 3.22 times 10 to the negative 3rd.
Yes.
What's that statistical value?
I would have to do a calculation because it's the reciprocal.
Okay,
So
and
it's less than 1,000.
Okay, so less than 1,000 versus less than 1 million.
Yes.
Okay, there's a big difference in those calculations, right?
Right. The uninformative range goes from 1 to 1,000 for inclusion and 1 to 1,000 towards exclusion, and that's where the cutoff is.
Okay. And so if we could just go to page 18. If we're looking on page 18, or actually look at page 19, BF 16.
Yes.
Cutting from inside left cuff of sweatshirt jacket, BF 16. That, again, is that dark colored sweatshirt, right?
Yes.
You analyzed that, and you said Sade Robinson is excluded, correct?
She is.
Your words below that, the excluded, all caps, right?
Yes.
It says, it is not possible for this observed DNA profile to result.
From Sade Robinson and an unknown person, yes.
So 0% chance that she's a possible contributor.
There is the likelihood ratio is 0, so it is an exclusion.
Okay. Okay, and I want to go to page 20. It's just interesting. It says, please submit appropriate biological standards from any individuals thought to be involved for further DNA interpretations to be made. You see that?
Yes.
Did you receive any other biological standards from any other individuals other than Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson?
I did receive one from Sheena Scarborough, but it was not used for comparison for these items, simply with the toothbrush.
Did you receive any standards from any other males?
No.
Only Max Anderson, right?
Yes.
All right, so I want to go through some of these conclusions that you have in your report, okay?
All right.
And if we can start with well, let me just try to find the right one. So blood stains from this pillow, item P2. You see that? It's on page 6. I don't know if that's up.
Yes.
And you're all, and then it goes on to page 7. It says 2-person mixture, at least 1 male, right?
Yes.
And then on page 7, Maxwell Anderson is included, right?
Yes, he is very strong support for inclusion.
And Sade Robinson is excluded, right?
She is.
And then bloodstain from pillow, P3, right?
Yes.
Maxwell Anderson's uninformative, Sade Robinson is excluded, right?
Yes.
And then moving on, stains from pillowcase from bed, Sade Robinson excluded, right?
Are you talking about Q1, 2, and 3?
Yes.
Yes, she is excluded from all of those.
Okay, and then stains from sheets on bed, R1, R7, R8, and R10, those, you see those?
Yes.
Sade Robinson is excluded, right?
She is.
Then stains from sheets on bed, R5, R6, R9. We
Yes.
see Maxwell Anderson,
Yes, it's partial single source male profiles that are consistent with him.
and Sade Robinson is what, excluded?
She is excluded.
All right, and then stains from sheet on bed, R2,
She's excluded.
she's excluded as well, and we see 0% chance, right?
It's just the likelihood ratio is 0, therefore she is excluded.
Okay, impossible to be a contributor, right?
Yes.
And then stains from sheets on bed are 4, uninformative, right?
Yes.
Not included.
Again, I can't make any inclusionary or exclusionary statements based because the likelihood ratio falls into our uninformative range.
Just like her DNA found on that glove, right?
Yes.
And then from the pillowcases, that's item T1, Sade Robinson excluded.
Yes.
T2, she's uninformative, right?
Yes.
Do,
The likelihood ratio is in the uninformative range.
okay. Okay, page, excluded, or informative. So go to your page 9. Duvet cover, item U1, right?
Yes.
Sade Robinson is excluded, right?
She is, yes.
And then moving down to item U2. This is going to be on page 10 is where you can see the conclusions, right?
Yes, she is excluded there as well.
Maxwell Anderson's included. That comes no surprise because this duvet cover is found in his house, right?
Well, again, I don't know how it got there. I just did the comparisons.
Okay. Stain from duvet cover U3. Sade Robinson is excluded, right?
Yes.
Item U7. Sade Robinson excluded, right?
Yes.
And then item U8. Sade Robinson, moderate support for exclusion, right?
Yes.
And that statistic is at least 1,330 times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from H2 than if it is a mixture resulting from H1.
Yes.
And as we can see, U9, uninformative again, right?
Yes.
U10 is an so U9, let me clarify, that's a stain from the duvet cover, correct?
Yes.
And uninformative.
It's Sade Robinson's likelihood ratio is in the uninformative range.
Okay, a stain from duvet cover, that is gonna be U10, just below that, right?
Yes,
Sade Robinson is excluded, right?
for U10, the comparison to Sade Robinson is strong support for exclusion. So it's at least 19,000 times more likely to observe that DNA profile if it's a mixture of 3 unknown people than from Sade Robinson and 2 unknown people.
All right, stains from duvet cover, item U11. Sade Robinson is uninformative, correct?
The comparison to her standard falls into the uninformative range for the likelihood ratio.
Stains from duvet cover, item U12. Sade Robinson is excluded.
She is.
And then we have stains from duvet cover, items U4, U5, U6, U13, and U14, right?
Yes,
And you say it's not suitable for comparison due to limited amount of DNA, right?
yes, of the profiles had a limited amount of information, so can't be used for comparison.
All right, and then swab some bathtub faucet, that's AD1.
Yes,
It's a 3-person mixture, at least one's male, right?
yes,
Then moving on to page 13, Maxwell Anderson, very strong support for inclusion, right?
yes, that's where his likelihood ratio falls.
And for Sade Robinson, it says very strong support for exclusion, correct?
Yes, her likelihood ratio falls into the very strong support for exclusion.
Swab some north knob of bathtub, that's item AE1, correct?
Yes,
Consistent with profiles for Maxwell Anderson, right?
yes,
Sade Robinson is excluded, correct?
yes, she is.
Then swab some south knob of bathtub. Sade Robinson is very strong support for exclusion.
Yes, that's her likelihood ratio.
And then we have stain from fitted sheet, AH2. Conclusion for Sade Robinson is that she is excluded, correct?
Yes,
And then stain from fitted sheet, AA is AH5. She's also excluded, correct?
yes, she is.
And then stain from fitted sheet, AH6. Sade Robinson is excluded, correct?
Yes,
And then stain from fitted sheet, item AH7. Sade Robinson is excluded.
yes,
Stains from fitted sheet, AH3, AH4, and AH8. Sade Robinson is excluded, correct?
yes,
And then we have swabs from knife blade. So that's the actual blade of the knife, right?
yes, there were swabs taken from that.
And they didn't just swab the blade, they swabbed the blade handle, right?
Yes, the person who did the screening swabbed them separately.
And that's important because people typically hold knives with the blade. I mean, with the handle, I'm sorry.
Yes,
And it was consistent with Maxwell Anderson, right?
yes, but the profiles on both of those were consistent with him.
But Sade Robinson was excluded.
She was.
She's excluded from the knife blade and excluded from the knife handle, correct?
Yes,
And then the hair root from the proximal bone, I think I mentioned that earlier, right?
yes,
And Maxwell Anderson is excluded, so he's not included in that whatsoever.
that's correct.
And then hair root from proximal bone, AS2A. Sade Robinson is included, but Maxwell Anderson is excluded.
Yes, it's consistent with her profile, and Maxwell Anderson is excluded.
And then so that hair root was found on that it came to you in a lab. With the hair root came and it was found on the proximal bone, correct?
Yes, I would have to consult my notes to look at the packaging to see exactly how it came in, because again, I didn't look at that one.
Okay, but we know it's not Mr. Anderson's hair, right?
He is excluded from the DNA on that, yes.
Yeah. So I'm going to page 18. Swabs from zipper pull of sweatshirt jacket, item BF8, right?
Yes.
Sade Robinson's included, right?
Yes, the profile on that is consistent with Sade Robinson.
But you don't know how her DNA got there, right?
I do not.
It could have been direct transfer.
It could have been.
It could have been secondary transfer, right?
It could have been any number of ways to get there. I can't tell.
And you don't know when it got there.
I do not.
And it's not blood, right?
I don't believe it was tested for any body fluids. It was just swabbed.
Okay. Maxwell Anderson is excluded, correct?
Yes.
And then cutting from stain on inside left bottom of sweatshirt jacket, item BF9, says Maxwell Anderson's included, right?
Yes, there's very strong support for inclusion for Maxwell Anderson.
But Sade Robinson is very strong support for exclusion, correct?
Yes.
121 million times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it's a mixture from someone else, right?
If it's a mixture of someone who's not Sade Robinson, yes, where she's not a contributor.
Okay, and again, you didn't receive any different DNA samples from any other different males, right?
That's correct.
And moving down, cutting from stain on left side of chest pocket, BF10. It says Maxwell Anderson's included, and Sade Robinson is uninformative, correct?
Her likelihood ratio falls into the uninformative range, so no statements can be made.
All right, and then cutting from inside left cuff of sweatshirt jacket. So that's like this interior cuff, correct?
Yes.
And that there's Ms. Robinson is also excluded from there, correct?
She is.
And then we have a left inside hood sweatshirt jacket, a stain from inside there. That's BF19.
Yes.
And then both Mr. Anderson and Ms. Robinson are both very strong support for inclusion, correct?
Each of their likelihood ratios, yes, fall into the very strong support for inclusion.
Okay, and again, we don't know how Ms. Robinson's DNA would have gotten there, right?
I don't know how the DNA got there, no.
And you don't know when it got there, correct?
That's correct.
And so that finding someone's DNA or this likelihood ratio, is that consistent with someone just possibly wearing someone else's hoodie?
DNA can be transferred that way. Again, I don't know because all I know is what the DNA shows.
So if you know, say my partner wears my hoodie or something, it's possible that her DNA could be found on my hoodie because she put it on, right?
I'm going to object for speculation, and we've already covered this.
I believe we have gone down this path already. So I'll sustain the objection. Next question, please.
And just briefly here, all the knives that you tested, Ms. Robinson's blood was not, her blood was not found on any of those, correct?
There was only one knife that was tested. And no, there was, there was no blood detected on it, and she is excluded from it.
Okay, and everything that was tested was sent to you by probably law enforcement, correct?
I believe so.
And law enforcement has the ability to send you any items that they deem relevant for an investigation, right?
Not always. We have guidelines on what can be submitted and what cannot be submitted. And so we don't take everything that law enforcement wants to give us necessarily. It depends.
Okay, but if law enforcement sent you an item to test and they thought it was very important for their investigation, you would test it unless it was one of these items that you just can't test.
Yes, if someone wants to submit an item and it wouldn't fall within our guidelines, but they called about it, we would certainly have a discussion with them.
Okay, and there's multiple lab analysts who work at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, right?
Yes.
So because you can only test so many items, right? You only have so much time.
Well, yes, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what you're getting at, I
Well,
guess.
there's multiple other analysts that can test items. If the police send you a large variety of items, you're not the only one who needs to do the testing, right?
No, typically, it'll only be a few people, but it depends on the case and the size of the case. In this case, there were so many items. There was another analyst who was helping me out with screening and some extractions as well.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything else.
State.
So there was male DNA on the swab from the driver's door handle?
There was a limited amount, so it would have been a very, very small amount.
So you couldn't do further testing, but there was male DNA there?
If you would let me look at my
Sure.
quantitation, thank you. The amount of male DNA on that item falls below our thresholds for both the autosomal testing that was done and for YSTR testing. So there is nothing that could have been done with it.
So beyond learning that there was male DNA there was nothing else you could do with that?
That's correct.
You couldn't compare it to Maxwell Anderson's?
That's correct. The only profile I had was the female profile.
And when we're, for example, Exhibit 440, I think I need the control back. All right, 440 here, the single source, I think it's over there too. Right here, this single source female profile from the zipper pull of that gray sweatshirt is consistent with the profile from Sade Robinson. And Maxwell Anderson, he's excluded, well, but it's a female profile, right?
Yes.
So that's not surprising, right?
Right, and he is excluded.
Okay. Nothing else.
Defense?
No.
Thank you. Okay, it's 4:33. I think we've had enough. Right. Okay, we're going to end for today. We're going to come back tomorrow morning. We'll start up tomorrow morning. Celeste, what time? 8:30. 8:30 tomorrow morning. So talk with the bailiffs about that. Remember the admonitions, right? No research, no investigation, no blogging, no texting. Don't talk about it on your way out. You can all probably recite this out loud with me by this point, right? Have a lovely evening. Feel free to bring coffee, water, or soda back with you. Leave your notebooks on your chairs, and we'll see you at 8:30 tomorrow. Thanks, everybody. Have a lovely evening. Sharon, did you only have one crime lab report and one? I have exhibit up here. You didn't put any in your.
I have 4. I didn't put any in here, no.
I just want to make sure you didn't leave with them.
Right.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Anything further to address on the record before we close for the day?
No.
No?
No, not from us either.
And I was hoping that you didn't want to get that witness on this afternoon.
No.
Okay, good. I was hoping I wasn't creating a problem by pushing it off till tomorrow. They look tired. Thank you,
does not.
everybody.
Thank you.